Hello, y'all. How is it going? Today is what's it? It is Friday. That's right, it's Friday. The specific date you ask? It is 97% charged, apparently. Let me take it off the dock so I can see the date. It's the 26th. It's the 26th. And my phone is mostly charged. Let me tell you what we're doing tonight, folks. Hello, the real Zach. Corn, one Z good for you. How are you doing? Lord Bowser, hello. Anyone else who was higher in the chat? A couple of y'all haven't seen in a while, apparently. It's always good to see people back and hanging out. Oh, you're Droopman? I remember Droopman. You have a new name, I see. Okay. Gotcha. I remember Droopman. I remember you, Droopman. It's good to see you. Let me say what's up. Let me say what's going on here tonight. In addition to the regular viewer level stuff, there's a bit of a community channel point goal for a bit of a retirement thing for the 7 Life Challenge, which is where previously I would play through a super world on 7 lives, basically. I am saying tonight that is getting retired. That is getting moved. That is not going to be a thing anymore. But for this next stream, for this stream tonight, we get this channel point goal, which is set to, I believe, 4,100 points, channel points. If we get that goal met, which, you know, channel points are free points that everyone gets just by watching on Twitch, so, you know, it's not a big deal. But once we reach that, I will do 3 7 life challenges to like, you know, ring the thing out, right? You know, to roll it out, to retire it, right? Of the 3 contributors, or at least the top 3 contributors to that goal. So anyone can contribute. Real Zach Dave 610. That's great. Anyone can contribute. You can call me Droopman. I could call you Droopman, but I'm probably gonna forget. I'm gonna call you Corn now. You're Corn, Droopman. You could be Cornman if you want. Anyway, we'll see if that gets hit. I think the odds are pretty good. Hello Tech is amazing. Also, let me just run through a couple of things here up top before we get into the meat of things. First off, brand new docket. There's a brand new docket tonight. Let me show that off real fast. I mentioned last week that I thought the docket was looking a little long in the tooth, and I realized that, you know what? It's actually, you know, I basically made it like ages and ages ago. You know, basically it looked like this for a while, where it was just a big pixelated cloud pulled from Majora's Mask, kinda. Or not Majora's Mask, Minish Cap. A little bit sourced from Minish Cap, and having some, like, blue font on top of it. Some blue text, basically. Well, I did a little bit of a rework, and now here is the new docket. It's a transparent black thing that slides up over the stream. It's semi-translucent. It has a nice white border at the edge. That's sort of vaguely just inspired by Tears of the Kingdom. Its UI. And, you know, you can see that it takes up a little more space, but that just gives us a little bit more room to have useful information on it. Like you can see here, you know, there's other panels like the schedule. I can put like, oh, here's the viewer level rules. You know, you could read all that if you wanted to know how we do viewer levels. Even though I say it also. Whoops, I didn't check. You know, I just noticed that E is capitalized and very nearly. Whoops. I'll correct that later. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. And you know, I can bring up various panels that have either like information, streaming schedule, information about upcoming streams, or of course, the emote showcase for all those lovely, lovely emotes, which now get to be a little bit bigger. Isn't that lovely? Oh, and another thing that's cool about it, let me show you one more thing that's cool about the emotes. So, about the docket. So, as you know, I might need to occasionally move around, right, during a stream. Like, oh, let's say I don't want to be in this corner. I can move myself down here, or to the various corners now, just at a single push of a button. But now, also, you see we have a problem because the docket is over there, on the other side of the screen, right? Well, check this shit out. Well, bam, when I switch to the other side of the screen, the docket also switches to the other side of the screen. And you can see it looks perfectly good over there, too. I can show a schedule. Yep, that looks perfectly good. Well, that panel is a little close to the edge, actually, but whatever. That still looks fine. Little close to the edge, but fine. Maybe I should adjust those ones to be a little bit, you know, give the edge a little more clearance when they're over on that side, but still, really, really, really good. I'm really, really happy with it. I think this is a much snazzier and much more, slick, bit of UI for, like, you know, all these various things that I like to show. You know, especially at the end of the stream, of course, I always show the schedule, which means that, you know, now we'll have a nice thing to show at the end of the stream, rather than a not nice thing. And other news. Yeah, it looks great. I agree, it does. I bought a Steam Deck. So, a Steam Deck, by the way, is a Stream Deck is not the mobile device that plays games. No, this is a streaming tool that that basically is like a customizable keyboard for hotkeys that has a bunch of like LCD panels that basically show different buttons. Let me just change it to this camera, and then I'll pan right, which is something I can do with it. You can sort of see a little bit. Yeah, look at that. There you go. That's what it looks like. It has a bunch of buttons on it that let me control various things, as well as, like, several different folders and shit. Like, I have here a bunch of all my Mario Maker commands all in one thing. I went with the one that had more keys on it, because I really needed the real estate. It's a very cool thing, and I feel like I'm just scratching the surface so far as like what it can control. You know, so far I've set up things like, you know, I can control my camera now by hitting buttons rather than using my mouse. I can switch the game to like various games just with a push of a button. I can control the audio, like make it louder or less loud, just by clicking buttons again. Put that back. And I can mute and unmute as well. Oh, it's pretty handy. It's pretty handy indeed, and I bet there's other wacky stuff I can do. Currently, a lot of the things I have it doing is just, like, mapping to existing hotkeys. And you can do things where instead of mapping to existing hotkeys, you just, like, manually control all the elements just from the Stream Deck through OBS integration and stuff. That would take more time to set up than I took to set this up. And this took a bit of time. Anyway, I forget if I have another card. No, I didn't. Okay, crap. I forgot to make a card that... Usually I have a card that has a thing that's like the end of the, of that bit, but, of like the pre-show bit. But I totally forgot to do that tonight. One second, let me go get a thing. 1 second. I'm gonna just roll that back just for reference. So we'll do that card later. But the last card was gonna be, that I totally forgot to make, was gonna be about the community points, the channel point goal thing for the whole, you know, 7 life challenge retirement. Forgot to make a card for that. I already told you all about it, so I think you're on, you know, y'all know what's going on there. We have a goal for 4,100 points. Basically, just so many that it takes 2 people to do it. You know, it takes 2 people to do it, or 3 people to do it, so minimum 3 people will have to contribute to it some amount, and we'll do 3 7 life challenges for the top 3 contributors. But, you know, feel free to contribute to it even if you don't have a super world to play or whatever. That's fun too. Let me just roll this back real fast. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Put down my mouse again. And let me just do a thing. Then we'll start with the viewer levels. I suppose first I'll do a quick maker update, which is just to say, honestly, I haven't had that much time to like spend on my level in the last week, so I haven't done any changes to it since last week's stream. There's a few changes. There's actually been a few very minor changes, and I will show those to you. I'll just run through the level and the level as is, and we'll see. By the way, how's the audio? I now have a thing that lets me set the audio automatically, so I'm using that. The only trouble is, the only thing that's going to be a little different is that it only lets me do it in increments of 1 decibel, and previously my thing was set to 7.5 for Mario Maker, so it's just a little bit lower. Let me know if you want it to be like 7 decibels instead of 8. Basically, you know, if that half a decibel makes a huge difference for y'all, let me know. It would be very convenient to me if we could just have 8 be the new one. You know, just a little bit lower, but not that much lower. Anyway, the main change here is over here. I made this part a little harder, and made it so that you had to go along a falling platform to get out to the Shelmet, and you have to go along another falling platform to get back. Thought that would be more fun than just, you know, just like, doing a thing, you know, just the way it was before was kind of boring, I thought. Is there something more interesting we can do here with the 10 coin? That's the only thing I'm wondering right now. Why don't I do like a... You know what? Put some booze here. Make it so that, and remove this. And then you have to do like a arrow thing to get the coin. Let's do that. That's about it. I haven't had much time to like start into the second half of this level. Should that be a 30 coin at that point? You know what? Let's make it a 30 coin. A little higher of a denomination since it does require you to use a tiny bit of skill to get it. You know, just like the tiniest bit of skill. It's better with a little distance. And also, it is in a hidden area, too, so I think that kind of drives its value up a little bit. Drives its price up. And by the way, if you're wondering, I'm thinking right now, this whole area will probably be ceilinged off. There will probably be no way to get above the ceiling throughout this zone, throughout this level. Unless you just shoot an arrow over it for some sort of puzzle purpose. In which case, you know, it's, in which case, you won't be able to get over. You'll just be able to get an arrow over or something, you know. Anyway, that's what's going on with Sunburn Sanctuary, the next level. Not much. I've been pretty busy this last week. You know, the whole weekend was consumed by family stuff. And that's also why there was no Monday stream. You know, I mentioned before, my sister got married on Monday, so that was fun. Alright, and that's, you know, was why there was no Monday stream, and also, you know, there was still some stuff going on Tuesday, Wednesday. Just a little bit of stuff, you know, where I didn't feel like doing a Tuesday stream instead or something. But we did do one yesterday, for what it's worth. A Thursday stream. All right then, let's get into it. Let's get into the action tonight. That is to say, let's get into the viewer levels. I'm gonna hit next, and now I'm gonna hit the full to make it all full. And Corn won the duel. Corn is up first. Corn, also known as Droopman. You are up. Go ahead and confirm. Let me tell you how this works for those who are curious. And you can read all about it here if you don't want to hear me talking about it. If you are here when your level comes up, you get the full time of day, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you're not, we still play the level, but we do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death. I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. Fun compromise, all that, like that says. Yes, I agree with what I wrote over there. All that to say, we're going to do viewer levels. Corn is here. Very nice. Also known as Droopman. Let's go ahead and punch this in and go from there. GFF. I'm gonna take a sip of water. It's viewer level time, folks. Red hot coaster. little snotty today. My throat was sore like last week, so it's not like a big deal or nothing. But yeah, this looks like to be, I think. Oh, let me put up the 15-minute timer. Bam, there you go. This looks to be some sort of like semi. I'm betting it's like a platform level. We're riding a fast-moving platform or something. Once we go into the subworld, or it's a level where the lava level is rising, and you're going up with it. Nope, it's a ride. Blue platform ride. Perfect. Cool. Oops. Very, very nice. I feel like I was gonna say something. Oh, you know what I was gonna say? I was gonna say, with this new Stream Deck, Mario Maker stuff is actually a lot more automated than it once was. I now have, like, at a single button press, I can now hit next or complete or any of those rather than typing something in manually. I can just hit a couple keys and we'll be like completing this level or going to the next one, etc. And also like setting the timer, all that. All that stuff is a lot more automated than it was before, which is really nice. Means that you know, I won't make typos typing next now, which, you know, happen occasionally. Sounds like a silly thing, I know, but, you know, I was typing on a phone, you know? Most of the time I did that. New level, Droop? Might be a new level, yeah. Let me see if I can see. Doesn't say on this screen what day it went up. So I can't say. Apparently God damn it, is a new level. It says, Corn. You should change your name. Now, Droop Corn, I'll say. It'd be, you know, I could call you Droopman, but your name is Corn, so that's confusing to me. I'll tell you what I think. I think you oughta, you know, on Twitch you can change your name, right? To make it like a derivative of Droop. That'd work. Now it would be maybe a little less confusing for me. That was cool. That was a real cool ride. Oh, is this like a looping thing? Is that looping around? No, I think it's not looping around. Gonna play it tomorrow? Eh, says Lord Bowser. What's eh? You don't mind the name thing? Oh, that's cool. I like that thing with the P. Gives you enough time to hit it. Woo!
Oh no!
There wasn't a checkpoint, was there? Oh wait, there wasn't a checkpoint. Oh, also you only have 99 seconds for this level. Wow, okay. I just noticed that. Seems like a long level despite only, you know, only taking 99 seconds. How about a card? Blew that card I almost did earlier. Did you watch the Sony Direct? There was kind of a lot there. There was the Metal Gear stuff, a couple of indie games like Revenant Hill, and from the guys who made like Night in the Woods, which I really liked Night in the Woods, so I'm excited to see that. Sword in the Sea, which is sort of like Journey but with kickflips. That sounds like a good idea to me. Sony announced the Wii U gamepad for the PlayStation 5, and they showed off that Spider-Man. Also some other stuff there too, but those are kind of the highlights. There was a whole fucking bunch with VR, which, as someone who doesn't have the VR and is not really interested in the VR, you know, I don't really have like the space for it. That stuff all just was entirely uninteresting to me. But otherwise, that was, I thought, a really good event. You know, I was really happy to see the Metal Gear stuff. I've not played any of the Metal Gear games, but I've watched them. And I would like to play that Delta. And I think, like, if I'm looking for a way to own Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, like, that collection is the way, right? And previously there wasn't a way to do that. GG, yeah, that was a good level. Very nice and tight, and very fun. Thank you, Droop. Or, as you're now known, Corn. Complete. Next. The Real Zach is up next, who just said GG, good aesthetics, you are up. Anyway, the Sony events, I was quite, I was reasonably entertained. I thought Spider-Man looked good. I wasn't, like, the biggest into that original game, you know? I don't remember, like, what made me, like, sort of, like, I think I might have marked it as, like, a 4 out of 5 in my books. You know what? The stealth stuff and the weird stealth sequences and stuff, those weren't good. That was probably why, actually, on reflection. Is this code? That's a G, not a W. Don't know if you played the level up in Artenland's Clouds, but if you haven't played that, okay, let's see. Yeah, I haven't played this one. Let's go. Let's do it. How do you activate a 7-life challenge? Usually it is a channel point reward. But for today, we have a channel point goal where everyone just has to contribute 4,000 total, and everyone can contribute up to 2,000. So it will take a couple of people to get it done. So please work amongst yourself to do that. Thank you for bringing it up. You know, lest we forget that's you know, something for tonight. Maybe I should have had an on-screen element like, you know, promoting that. I will say, the idea for this did come together a little fast. I didn't mention it, like, last stream that I was looking to retire that, but last night I was like, we probably can do it tomorrow, right? Oh, let me put up the timer. And, yeah, I think we can do that today. The Sony event was very good. Fuck. I'm gonna just reset. The Sony event was very good. I was happy to see stuff. You know. As for, like... I think the winner for me, as far as, like, games that didn't have any gameplay, right? Or whatever, right? Was the Metal Gear stuff, because... Yeah, I really loved watching... You know, I've watched Let's Plays of Metal Gear Solid 3, and I really love it. Just from those Let's Plays alone, it's probably my favorite of the series. I say probably, it's definitely my favorite of the series, so I'm looking forward to see Delta. Snake Eater is great, and I'll for sure play it. You know, maybe this will even take the place. I don't know if that'll be like an on-stream thing or nothing. But considering we have talked about like doing, I have offered before a stream series of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. Kind of tempted to just do Delta, you know, just as like a oneer, rather than a whole thing. Like, that's probably is a good idea, considering. Alright, got a checkpoint. Very nice. What else was there? Kind of just a bunch of stuff. I didn't really take any other notes. There was a lot of stuff that looked pretty good, you know? Stuff that you saw and said, okay, that looks good, sure. Trailers for games where you went, okay. There's the new Assassin's Creed. Looks like, you know... Assassin's Creed. Yeah, kind of looks... Honestly, I saw that and it's like, okay, are they... So with that new Assassin's Creed, right? Kind of looks like they're going back to the old way. You know, the old way of doing Assassin's Creed, which is, I guess by now, sort of supposed to be a novelty. And, you know, it is. It is a novelty by this point, but... I don't know. I don't know if I'm so excited for an Assassin's Creed, even in the old style, which I did like at the time. Certainly not something that's like a highlight of the show for me. Whoop! Gotta do the spin jump thing up on that guy. Let's do another card. Did you see HBO Max is no more? Max, the one to watch for HBO, is its new name. Which, goddamn if they couldn't come up with a worse name. You know, you saw the first thing, right? You saw like, oh, you're calling it just Max now. That's not confusing. You saw then, it's like, oh, that's terrible. And you probably wondered, like, could it be any worse? Maybe you didn't. Honestly, I don't think I really wondered if it could be any worse. I just said to myself, yeah, that's not... That couldn't be worse. But sure enough, they found a way. It's now called Max, the one to watch for HBO. That's the subtitle. The one to watch for HBO. They realized on some level that, like, oh, calling this... People like HBO, and they need to know that this is HBO still. Weird place for a checkpoint. They need to know this is still HBO. So we gotta call it HBO. And so it's called HBO. It's called Max, the one to watch for HBO. Just... yeah. It's like they had cold feet, like they said, oh, we gotta get away from the HBO branding. Because, you know what? I know that we don't have really that many cartoons on here, and we've been actively removing the ones that we have. But kids, parents, see HBO and they think titties. And they think, no sir, my kid isn't gonna see titties. And they don't realize the Steven Universe is on there, and there's no titties in Steven Universe. Right? Yep. Okay. Yep. I think so. Yeah. And unless you count gems. No, gems always wear clothes pretty much, and they don't really have the anatomical titties. You know, it's not like it's you know, they're sort of like, you know what I mean. Anyway, they don't realize that, right? And that's why we gotta take HBO out the name. But HBO is like the most valuable part of that name, so they got cold feet. They gotta put it back in. What the fuck, right? Thank you for the level. Hitting complete, hitting next. Lord Bowser, you're up next. Speaking of dumb, not Lord Bowser. Speaking of dumb, streaming network things. Did you hear about how the Netflix password crackdown has begun in the US? Yeah, I heard from my folks they're locked out of the account that we all have. And, you know, I haven't really checked to see if I'm also locked out, but I probably should be because I am not the primary. But also the primary is in Europe, so, you know, on her honeymoon, so how is Netflix to know who is the primary? Maybe it thinks I'm the primary. Or maybe it thinks the primary is a hotel in Europe. That'd be kind of screwed up if it did think that. Anyway, seems to me like that's a bad call, and that a lot of people are just not gonna have Netflix now. Personally, I'm not subscribing to that shit. There's not that much on it. I maybe watch like a show every couple of years, or like at best like every couple of months. Stone Crush Tower is the name of this one. That's right. There have been a few anime recently, but even with those, they've been dropping the ball more than not, right? You know, they've been doing a worse job with it than like all their competitors. You know,
Oh no!
even though in some cases recently Netflix has been like, oh, we'll do a simulcast. Well, it's a simulcast. We're releasing it day and date, or at least 2 weeks after. Right? Even if they've been doing that relatively frequently, there is still a delay, which sucks compared to, like, you know, Crunchyroll and all that, who don't do anything of the sort. Hello, Kia... What's that? Kial... Kial Mola. How you doing? Thank you for the level. Their competitors in the anime space don't do that shit, and also... there have been cases where, after delays, they just said, okay, we give up, and then they just didn't update the show until the whole thing was finished. Which is fucking annoying. You know? All that to say, like, I could see resubbing to Netflix for like a month, right? As needed. And the release model of shows all at once makes that very easy, you know? I don't really need to subscribe for multiple months to watch a show, because all the episodes are going to come out in a month. You don't need to do 3 months or something, as you would with, like, Crunchyroll or something, if you were watching week to week, because that's not how Netflix do. I don't know if my folk will. You know, they enjoy having streaming services, but probably not enough to, like, pay for Netflix. And honestly, the only thing that I think we'd miss is that, like, yeah, you know, we have been watching Seinfeld on Netflix, and I guess that's not an option. Though, I don't know, is Netflix, is it exclusive to Netflix? It probably is, right? If it's not, I guess we could watch it on, like, you know, we have, like, most of the other streaming services in some shape or form. But, honestly, I think they'll be fine. We'll find something else to watch on some other service that we already have. HBO, you know, HBO, Amazon, all that. Hulu. We have Disney Plus, but for some reason at my parents' place, they've their TVs stopped being able to use Disney Plus for some reason, and they don't really watch it ever, so they don't care. But I think that's weird. Also, really makes it so I can't just say, like, let's watch The Simpsons. You know, how about we watch that? That's something we can all agree on. That was pretty good, and we can just watch idly. As, like, you know, I come over and have dinner and then we watch, like, an episode of The Simpsons or something. That sounds like it could be fun. As fun as watching an episode of Seinfeld to me, but, you know, so long as their TV don't work right, that's not an option. That's a solid level. Most people you sent to level with cheese the 50 coin room. I didn't do that, did I? You fixed it. Gotcha. And yeah, there were a lot of guys trying to crush us. That's a solid, traditional-ass level. Let me hit complete, and then next. And also, get rid of the timer. Tech is Amazing is up now. Tech is Amazing. Tech is Amazing says, hi. The boss was okay, so you added the extra lava bubble to keep players on their feet. Yeah, I feel like that was good. I kind of feel like I was so focused on talking about Netflix and not having it anymore. I sort of lost focus of it. Let me do another card. I'll do one more card here. SGDQ starts this weekend. I didn't realize SGDQ was this close. Usually it's like 2 months from now. But yeah, it's this weekend. Looked over the schedule, and I'll say I think it looks pretty good. There's kind of a lot of days where I look at that and it's like, okay, well, there's not a lot here that I'm like super excited for or nothing. But there are days in there that are really fucking like kick ass. This is some sort of puzzle. I need to get a spring over here so the guy will bounce. And then, okay, I think I figured out the puzzle. Not that hard. The days that so far look the best to me is, well, first there's, the first day of the marathon, Sunday. Sunday looks pretty good. There's a couple of things I want to watch on that day. Minish Cap, Banjo in, like, the very, very evening. And I think all that sounds really cool. But I think the main day of SGDQ I'm really looking forward to watching, that has like most of the things I want to donate during, is Wednesday, which has it starts with Hitman early on, like around 3 p.m. Central Time, at least by the current schedule that I saw when I was looking over it last night. Got to kill a guy maybe. Hey, look at that.
Oh no!
So it starts with Hitman, which is like the freelancer mode that they recently did. That'll be interesting. I haven't gotten too far in that. I did like the first part of that on stream last week, which was fun, but you know, it's just the first part, and I have been way too busy with Tears of the Kingdom to play any further. So that'll be a whole run of that, and that'll be pretty cool. After that, like a few hours later, after some Sonic games, there is, Majora's Mask Randomizer, which I love Majora's Mask. That's an S tier game for me. You know, that's like one of my all-time... Majora's Mask is like top 5 for me, so that's great. Followed immediately by Mario Odyssey, which, you know, I talk about Majora's Mask being top 5. Mario Odyssey is like top 2. So, that's... That's like even more exciting, honestly. And after that is Paper Mario, which is a speed game I've been recently watching a lot of. One of the streamers that I sometimes, watch live is Glower, who has also, like, you know, done a couple raids here, which is very, very kind of him, very, very cool of him. And, you know, he's a Paper Mario speedrunner, so I've been watching a lot of Paper Mario recently, and Paper Mario is also right after Odyssey, so fucking hell. Those are 4 games that I want to watch on one night, pretty much, and, man, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch that block. That just sounds like a good-ass time to me. Really, really looking forward to it. Wednesday, that's the GDQ day that I think is the most promising. There's also like Celeste on Friday that I'm interested in. I like Celeste a lot. Celeste, that's playing it. I love Celeste. Celeste is fucking great. But slow down a little, dude. Celeste is great. But, I think the main event as far as, like, the last couple of days will be, of course, there's a Mario Maker 2 segment where they're doing another one of them blind races, and those are always super fun to see the levels that they whipped up. And, you know, I'll also probably play them on stream at some point, maybe on the Friday after that marathon. I don't know. That sounds like a good idea to me. I'll probably do that. That will be cool. Anyway, SGDQ looks sick. Looking forward.
Oh no!
I don't need to kill that guy. Looking forward to it. That'll be a great thing. And again, I'll say, by the way, let's just bring it back to the whole thing. Channel point stuff. There's a channel point reward today for channel point goal that everyone can contribute to. I don't know, like, how far we are from that, but once that's met, we'll do three 7 life challenges. And that will be the final 7 life challenges that we ever do. And after that, it'll be retired, and, you know, maybe something else will be introduced down the line. I'm refreshing my, my lineup of, channel point rewards recently, and replacing that with something a little more, I don't know, something more different, I think sounds like a good idea. Okay. Beautiful, we got a checkpoint. So, you know, you can pull open a thing. Oh, I see what we need to do here. If you look under the stream, there's probably like a, if you're on a phone, it'd be like a big circle button. Do a channel point thing and you can contribute like up to 2,000 each. We need 4,000. We have like 600 currently. Hello, Caliber Gaming. How you doing? Maybe I should have been a little more. I'm not sure. Maybe if the goal was fair or not. I debated like how high it should go, and honestly, I would have liked it to be a little bit lower. Except that, oh, this looks like some sort of, like, semi-boss. Would have honestly liked it to be just a little bit lower. The only thing about that would be that, the only thing about that would be that, I think I did it. I think that's done. The only thing about that is that, since each person can do 2,000 channel points, by making it 4,000 channel points, 4,100, that does require at least 3 people, which would match up with the number of 7 life challenges we would do. So it makes sense in my head. How's that coming? We're 19% of the way done. Okay, you know what? We're 19%. That's pretty good. You know what? I'll keep an eye on that. 19%. Ooh, it'd be cool if I could, like... Is there, like, a way to get that, like, an overlay in OBS? It's probably too late to be thinking such things. We're in the middle of a stream here. We're in the middle of a stream here. Can't be fucking around with overlays. Next, thank you for the level. That was nice. Let's see, that was tech is amazing. Hitting complete, and then hitting next. Next up is, Corn. Is Droopman. Very nice, Droopman. Go ahead and confirm. Oh, already said GG. Perfect. Before, let me do the next card here. Hello, Droopman. Which says, look at the SGDQ Yeti lineup. I haven't looked at the Yetis that they have for SGDQ. I usually buy a few. Let me see if I can put that on screen and navigate to that website where they have the shirts. And we can look at them and see if there's anything that's, like, really worth buying this time around. Don't have a keyboard, so I'll use the on-screen keyboard. Yeti. Alright, there we go. Let me see. Do they have him yet? Are they not up? Hang on. I would have assumed by now the t-shirt selection would have went up, but actually I'm looking at it now. I don't think they're up yet. Shit. Well, that's a wash. Let me just check to make sure. Today's teas, Yeti Mart. Yeti Reki. I'm gonna click collection, see if there's a SGDQ collection, just real quick. I mean, they're usually, well, I don't know, maybe they'd just be like old shirts or something. No, I don't see it. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that the SGDQ selection from this year is up yet. Creative partners. Charities. Projects and charities. Nope. Nope, not here. Not in projects and charities. What about creative partners? No. Not in that either. It'd be under projects and charities, though. Okay, well, that's a wash. No t-shirts yet. I'll look at those whenever they go up and probably buy a couple. Usually I buy a couple. It depends on how many are, like, really, really good. You know what I mean? How many I look at and go like, oh, shit, I gotta have that t-shirt. You know? I wear a lot of such cool t-shirts. And I'll say, you know, the last, few months and so, since Twitter, like, dropped the API support to let third-party apps exist, I no longer have a thing where, you know, I was following the Yeti on Twitter, so I saw their daily teas every day, and occasionally would say things like, oh, shit, that looks really good, and I would buy a t-shirt. Well, now I'm not seeing those every day, so I'm buying a lot fewer t-shirts, it turns out. So, you know, these will be the first Yetis I've gotten in some time, which is, you know, a little bit rare. Select any level. Okay. Have I done every level? If I've done every level, is there another profile you'd like me to go to? Yeah, it looks like I've done every level, at least everyone I've seen. Or do you want me to just start the super world over again? Your choice, Droop. Also, you know what? I'm just looking at this now. Is your super world done? Is your super world done now? Oh, you know what? Your super world is one where you have more than 4 levels per world, so these might not be the 4 that end up in the actual super world, right? Gotcha. So it's not yet done. Maybe. Oh, also, you know what? 4. There's 5 per world in a super world. I'm thinking in like in old game terms, where 4 would be the amount of levels, you know, like in Super Mario Bros. 1. 2 more levels done. 2 more levels left. Cool. That's great, man. Happy to hear it. Let's put up a 15-minute timer. And let's go. 21% raise. Some people have put in a few more channel points. Yeah, that number sure has gone up. Thank you. Hopefully we'll get it by the end of the stream. We'll get it by the end of the stream, yeah. Maybe I should have done a more modest goal anyhow. Live and learn. Live and learn. I've only messed with the whole, like, community channel point thing a couple of times, so I'm not really sure, like, how to gauge it, or, like, what good it is. You know? Might do a World 9, but you're not sure? Gotcha. I mean, I think that 8 is the right amount of worlds for a super world. But I say that, you know, as someone whose World 8 is a bonus world. So, you know, it has the feel of a bonus world, and, you know, it's basically my World 9, if you think about it like that. Thank you for the level, Droop.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
And the timer. I'm gonna hit next for the next person. And there we go. Kyle. Wait, Kiel Mulla. That's probably how you say it. Not Kyle, that's a name. You're not gonna make another World 9, says Lord Bowser. What are you doing? Like other stuff after you're done or whatever? You did finish your thing, right? Alright, let's back out of this. Hello, Kyle. Kiel Mula. How you doing? I'll do another card while I type this in. Been playing Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, played a bunch of it this week. Just a whole hell of a lot of that game. In all the free time that I found, including just like a little bit of it before this stream. You know, thank you for the follow, Qwerty 8000. Thank you, thank you. Little bit of Tears of the Kingdom before this stream. Just like managed to squeeze in like a half hour or so before having to get set up after work. You know, for the 6 o'clock start of the stream. You know how that do. Well, you don't know. It takes around 30 minutes to get set up for a stream, especially if I have like special stuff, you know, planned, which I kind of do for tonight. Honestly, could have used more setup time, but Tears of the Kingdom, it's a hell of a thing. How's your day? It's been alright. And now it's the weekend, so, you know, can't complain, right? Do I feel like Tarzan is what this level is asking. I won't get into any spoiler stuff for Tears of the Kingdom, obviously, but I am pretty far in the game, I think, and I've come across some amazing stuff, like, holy shit. I mean, I'm really not sure even how I can, like, allude to it without spoiling it at all. Are you up for a challenge? Hey, whatever you want, whatever you want to do is fine by me, Qwerty. This one already looks like a challenge, I will say. Let's see what we can do. Very cool. It looks like I did this first jump. Feel like if I fuck up on the first jump, it's... Oh no, wait, this is a depowering bit. You know, this bit necessarily depowers you. What? What in the hell?
Oh, no.
Supposed to jump through the little... Whoa, okay. So, in the last, like, the hour or so before the stream, I booted up and tried to do something I saw in, like, a social media clip. You know, I saw someone doing a little bit of, apparently, this isn't a spoiler, by the way, but apparently, in Tears of the Kingdom, you can get wheat out of grass by cutting grass good. So I tried to do what I saw on social media and make a lawnmower, and it cut a bunch of grass, but no wheat came out, no rice. Maybe it's specific grass that has wheat. I'm not sure. I also did a couple of shrines, and then, you know, went a few places, all that. That game is just like, honestly, it's to the point where I'm looking at my top 5 and thinking, like, does this displace, Majora's Mask? Is this now in the top 5 of games for me? This is making a really good argument for itself, I'll say. I'm really not sure. God. It is one hell of a game. It's hard for me to imagine that Tears of the Kingdom will not be, like, practically everyone's game of the year when all is said and done. Like, holy fucking shit. I wasn't even, like, a Breath of the Wild game of the year guy, you know, like I said. Not like I don't think I said this stream, but... You know what? I need to land there and then jump off the ground to get through that little arc. That's how we do it. But I was always an Odyssey person. I preferred Odyssey, and that is like top 2 for me overall. But I'll tell you, like, Tears of the Kingdom is just really, really fucking good. Fucking good. And I'm just like enjoying the hell out of doing shrines, exploring, putting together dumbass contraptions. I did that vehicle I saw on social media and finally got it working. The whole, like, flying stick, you know, where you just take a bunch of propellers and you put it on a steering rod. Like that, I got that working and it actually feels pretty good, actually. Very, very useful. Can you just run under these? Yes, but you gotta be precise and good. Okay. What's the world record, by the way? 40 seconds. And the
Oh no!
timer is 60 seconds. So we have some flex here. At least judging from the world record. There's some give to this time limit. Just... holy shit. What a goddamn game. Really looking forward to like... and there's still like major things that I just have no idea about. Like... I don't think this is a spoiler, but there's like weird... there's these weird like alternate... these things that are like the alternate to shrines that you... or not shrines. The thing that's like alternate to blessings. It's like Sage's Will or something else. I don't know. I have 2 of them, and I have just no idea what they do when you get 4 of them. You know, it could do anything. I thought it was batteries for the longest time, but it's not batteries, so... man, I have just no fucking clue what that will unlock once you find 4 of them. Nor do I have any idea where you would even find... or I would even find a 3rd and a 4th. Somehow I got 2, and I have no idea how. I have no idea where I found those. But, yeah. Oh, you can just regular jump. You don't have to do a spin jump for this. Pipe to the underworld, let's go. Okay. Ooh, I don't like the look of this. Yikes! Oh! Well, that was a waste of time. Time that I don't have. 5 seconds. You think the exit is just right here? Where is it? Show me. Come on. Come on! Yeah!
Oh yeah!
That was too damn close. Right there. Thank you for the level. I appreciate it. And, goddamn. Goddamn. Let me, go ahead, hit complete. Hit next. And, Lord Bowser is up next. And again, we're like a quarter of the way to that, final 7-life challenge thing. Which will be 3 of them in a row. 3 7-life challenges of the folks who contribute. So, you know, get some points in there, and your Super Merle might be the one who gets a 7-life challenge. One of the last ones. If we don't hit the goal, I guess, you know, this will be the retirement of the thing, right? So, we should do something even if we don't hit the goal. I'll say this. If we hit the goal, we have 3 last 7-life challenges. If we don't hit the goal by the end, we'll just do a single one and have that be that. We'll do a single one to rail it out. QWERTY has contributed a bunch more. Thank you, QWERTY. That's we're up to a quarter. Look at that. If someone who's like really Lord Bowser, you probably are like sitting on a ton of points. You could get us like most of the way, I bet. I bet there are some folks with some channel points saved up. And I don't know if y'all are looking to save to something particular, but, you know, now's a great time to hit a thing. And that would be like a whole 7-life challenge as well. For you. Alright, let's do it. Lord Bowser's level. Gonna hit the thing. When will the lightning round be, I guess? That's a question I should ask myself right now. It's been about nearly an hour. Let's say... Look at this, I found a bonus area. That's fun. Let's say around, like 7:30. 7:45. Let's say 7:45. We'll have a later lightning round tonight. That's when we'll start that. Kind of like what you've done here. With, having these, like, Brawn plants be just in the way of getting the power-up. Like, that forces you to use the shell. Those low-hanging piranha plants also make you, like, have to be careful. This is just a lot of clever ways to use piranha plants as obstacles, as things to kill. Very, very clever stuff, Lord Bowser. Ooh, I like this. Oh shit, I was just gonna try to gun it, but you totally get a guy to clear it with, huh? It's about the piranha plants in the desert sewer. Gotcha. Also, we can go through the pipe that the guy came through. Ooh! There is a checkpoint. Very nice. How about another card? Been playing Marvel Snap. Yeah, so Marvel Snap, card game, you know. I play it a lot. I just got Iron Lad. Spent a bunch of tokens on it, and I tell you, I kind of wish I had just waited for High Evolutionary. Especially now that everyone's realizing, like, oh, High Evolutionary is basically the most broken card they put out in, like, months and months and months. It's incredibly busted. Basically what High Evolutionary does is it turns, like, the seven vanilla cards in the game that don't have any effect and gives them abilities that turns out are, like, really strong abilities, and they also synergize with each other, where basically they just have to put a bunch of those cards in the deck, and they pretty much have one of the best decks in the game. From what I hear, like a 70% win rate. And it is ridiculous running into these decks, you know, because, like, okay, well, they take my power down, they build up power on their own side, and they have a bunch of, like, cards that are basically almost like the Hulk in that deck is kind of like Infinaut, but better. It can very easily become a 20 power card, and that is just feels goddamn absurd. You know, basically, you got a bunch of cards in there that are, thanks for demo playtest those. Hell yeah, dude. You got a bunch of cards that are already like vanilla, were high power, you know, just about as high power as you can without some sort of weird penalty. And then you give them effects that are like the best effects in the game, like very good effects in the game. Of course, they're going to be better than anything. Vice City Gaming asking if we're taking requests. Absolutely. Queue is open. Exclamation point add to add a level. That is a thing you can do. Vice City Gaming. Please, by all means. Whenever I see that deck, I get a little annoyed that there's only one counter to that whole deck, which is Luke Cage, which prevents your guys from being decreased in power. And, oh, let me hit complete for you, Lord Bowser, and then hit next. Caraspino is up next. Caraspino does a little emote. Very nice. That's right, it is your level. There is only one counter, which is Luke Cage, and honestly, it doesn't feel good to have to put Luke Cage into every deck that I have right now, even if they have no other use for it. And also, these decks, because Luke Cage is the only counter, all they need to do is counter Luke Cage, and they're kind of good. They kind of don't have to do anything more to win. You know, just use Enchantress or Rogue, and Luke Cage is fucked, basically. So it's not great, this new meta, this whole thing. I will say, I played a couple of games after the stream last night, and after a day of High Evolutionary, there are more people that are not playing High Evolutionary, but still, you still run into some of those, and every time I do, it's like, oh shit, fuck me. God damn it. I really want to save up enough tokens as fast as I can to buy High Evolutionary in the token shop, but I just spent all my tokens, so fuck knows when I can get enough up for the next thing. Oh, this is interesting. A car level. You don't see such things that often. Kind of a rarity, you know. It's hard to do a car level. But actually, this is, I think it's pretty good so far. I'll say that. To finish my thought is for Marvel Snap. I'm still mostly playing the my Guardians deck, which I've been playing for the last couple of weeks, which I can show with just a single click of a button on my you know, my thing. There it is. It's who guards the Guardians. And I kind of like just playing this deck without thinking about it too much, and just sort of like, you know, as I play this deck, I am just kind of doing like just not thinking about it too much. I just lock down lanes and I play the Guardians. Thank you for the follow, Vice City Gaming. I play the cards into lanes and I don't really think about it too much. And I just sing these songs from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 to myself. Though I have at one point switched and done some Bounce Boys, which has Luke Cage in it. So it's like reasonably well good for you know, for the current meta, but mostly just sticking to the Guardians deck. What? Huh? Oh, this is like a second room. Shit. Okay, we gotta learn how to do the second room. Mostly just sticking to that Guardians deck and being kind of flummoxed whenever I run into that new high evolutionary deck. It's just a terrible matchup for it, considering that like the whole thing is I lock down lanes, and hopefully I've won the lanes that are locked down. Well, high evolutionary has multiple cards that can either like take my guys' power down further, you know, like decrease their power even after they're in play, or add power to cards that are in that lane, which means that my lockdown is like effectively fucked up, you know, it's neutered. It's just kind of pointless to have locked down after that. Feels kind of shit, and right now it's like, yeah, if I see high evolutionary, I might as well just retreat and give up and not try, which feels shitty. It feels shitty for that to be the case, but that's what it is, you know. That's just the meta right now. I'm hoping for like a hotfix, but I don't think they're gonna do it. I hope the next patch, like, severely... Don't press jump on the spring? Shit, I thought... Crap. I thought the timing thing was that I was not pressing it at the right time. I thought I had to press it, like, more. A nice use of the my Bowser High emotes. I agree, that is a phenomenal emote of Vice City Gaming. I enjoy it as well. I suppose you did the thing where you can... Oh, maybe like hold. Maybe like if I hold the jump going into the thing. Can I still do it even if I don't... Can I?
Oh, no.
Oh, time's up. You unlocked one, right, with the channel points. Got it. I guess it doesn't tell me if you do that. I thought all the channel point things are like, you know, appear like in the chat for me. I guess it's only like ones where, you know, if someone's contributing to that channel point goal or if they've done something. I actually don't know. You know what? I shouldn't speak out my ass. I really don't know what determins if a channel point redemption appears in the thing. I will also say as per emotes, I got a lot of nice ones. Check them all out. Aren't they lovely? I also got a brand new docket as of late. Isn't that a lovely docket? Last time, there was some issue where the animated emotes weren't displaying right. I think I fixed that. I think I got it where they'll work now. Of course, followers get a bunch of emotes also, just for free, you know, included with following here on Twitch. Isn't that lovely? You like the Luigi one? Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice emotes. I'll say, I think you got lucky. Is that random, by the way? I'm not sure if, like, the unlocking emote is random or if you get to choose. But Bowser High is, like, the best one, I think. It's certainly my favorite. And I think that the choo-choo doing the eyes, that one's also great. Alright, you got lucky. Yeah, it is random. Yeah, you got lucky on that one. You got some good pulls. Those are two fantastic ones. Two of my favorites. You know, very useful. Very useful emotes. I'm just holding down the button here. Feel like we might be... Thank you for contributing 70 points to the Final Life Challenge, Vice City. That's very nice of you. We're like a quarter of the way towards that. Very nice. GG, indeed. And again, any one person can contribute up to 2,000, which we only need like 4,000. So if anyone is just sitting on a stockpile and you want to see... If we want your Super World to be one of the last ones to be involved in a 7 Life Challenge, perfect time for that. Thank you for the level. That was very nice. Let me go ahead and hit, get back into Mario. And then hit, end timer. Hit complete, and then hit next. Here, that was Carapino level. Next up is Droopman again. And again, I'll say we're gonna start the lightning round a little later tonight. It's gonna be 7:45, so around 25 minutes from now. You're welcome. And I'll say, by the way, for anyone who's curious, feel free to keep on putting levels in. You can put in as many as you like, so long as the queue is open. Only I can do next, Vice City Gaming. It's restricted to me because it, you know, sort of moves us to the next level. You understand. Let me do another card. Been listening to the Shrieking Shack Happy Hunger Games podcast. I really like. It's a podcast where they read books, and they read books, and that's not a command, but maybe it should be Alter for Walter. They read books like chapter by chapter and talk about them, and they've started reading Hunger Games for the first time. Neither of them has read it, and I've been just really enjoying that. I went through all the episodes that were available now. I had been like going through my podcast queue. You can do !list to see where you are in the queue. !list will do the job. I had been enjoying going through the podcast, my podcast backlog, like chronologically. But once I got to the first of these, I was like, I need to listen to all these. I need to see like how they enjoyed like you know, what they're making of all these lovely chapters, all this lovely like, you know, all this lovely kill game stuff, you know, battle royale stuff, the lead up to it, the build up, the world building. It's all really good, and I've really enjoyed listening to them find out about it for the first time, and I'm really looking forward to them getting later in the book and seeing the actual like you know, the actual Hunger Games, which they've just got to where they are. So I guess, you know, next week or something, whenever that next episode hits, will be the next thing. Shrieking Shack, it's a very fantastic Harry Potter reread podcast that's now gone on to other books. They are lapsed fans, meaning that they, you know, they come at it with a leftist perspective and really just do a lot of very, very cool and very fun analysis of those books, and also a couple others since they finished up the series and, you know, moved on to other things. I hope they go through all of the Hunger Games. I think that'd be fun to do 2 and 3. They did, before they did Hunger Games, they did a bunch of random one-offs, episodes of, like, various books. Hard Blocks and Vines, rarely see Vine. You rarely put Vines in your levels now, versus 2010. Right, you mean, like, aesthetic Vines, like these ones. Gotcha. I tend to use Vines strictly for gameplay purposes myself, because, you know, they can sort of get in the way if you're not careful. You know, if the player happens to hold up. So I understand Lord Bowser.
Oh, yeah.
Previously, they did a little bit of, what's that vampire book called? Twilight. They did the first Twilight book. And they also read, one of them read Twilight, and one of them read the one that, like, retells Twilight from the guy's perspective. And they sort of compared notes, which was kind of fun. But after that, they sort of went on to this, and I kind of hope I kind of hope they just stick with Happy Hunger Games and just, like, run it all the way through. I think that would be very fun. Thank you, Droopman, also known as Corn, for the level. Very much appreciated. Let me go ahead and hit, and hit, oh, I'm forgetting that I have a button now for this. I can just hit next on my stream deck. Qwerty, you are up. Qwerty 8000. Go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna do another card while you do. Follow up on melatonin and such things. Right, so recently I've said I've gotten some melatonin gummies. More recently, I've switched over to, like, melatonin, like, pills that, like, dissolve and shit. And, you know, with the last ones, they were like, Qwerty is here, by the way. With the last ones, they were like blackberry flavored, and I think I found out I don't really like blackberries. So I figured strawberries, you know, can't go wrong with those, but unfortunately, I think you can go wrong with it. These dissolving capsules, they kind of taste like strawberry sand. You know what I mean? It kind of tastes like grainy and coarse in a way that is just kind of unpleasant on the tongue. Ugh. Not really liking these ones as much, which is kind of a shame since I bought a whole fucking bottle of them, so now I have to, like, you know, go through all these fucking melatonins that I'm not really enjoying, just using for, like, you know, sleep purposes, obviously. Oh, this is a hard one. This might be the first time we go to, last tries, if I guess right. Great. The way it works, by the way, for those who don't know, in fact, I can bring up a thing that says it right here. The way it works is that we get 15 minutes and then 5 last tries if that's not enough. It's a very short level. And actually, now that I think about it, the only thing is that first paragraph is relevant to this case. The rest isn't relevant until later. Or if you weren't here, it would have been relevant. So I'm gonna re-hide it again. So that's how it works, you know, we have 5 last tries if the 15 minutes is not enough, at which point, I'll be counting it down with a bunch of, like, with the various, that's like Metroid words. The various, heads. Various Mario heads, which you'll see later. Or, you know, they're also involved in the 7 Life Challenge, which, again, we have what's it called? A community challenge thing, where if we get enough points, we'll do 3 of those. I think if we don't get enough points, we will still retire the thing, but I will just do 1 of them, which, hey, you know, we're about like a quarter or third of the way to the amount. I think that's a fair thing. You know what I'll say? I'll say if we get to 2,000 and something. We get to 2,000... What's like a third? We get to 2,500. I'll do 2 of them. Okay? I'll do 2 of them at the end. If that were the case. Maybe we should, like, space them out a little bit. Do, like, 1 once we hit, like, the third. And then another once we hit, like, 2/3. And then do the last one when it's all finished up. That's an idea. That's an idea, actually. That would also mean that they were sort of spaced out through the stream. You know what I mean? Which would be smart. Which would be smart. Yes, I am dying, Vice City. Thank you for noticing. This level is hard. Another card? I'll do another card. Have you noticed how Twitter sucks now? I've mentioned, you know, obviously, they stopped using APIs and such. I can't, like, you know, I stopped being able to use TweetDeck, right? This one does look tough, yes, I agree. I stopped being able to use Tweetbot and all that for, like, my Twitter purposes, and as such, stopped really reading Twitter on a daily basis. I only now read it on occasion where, like, oh, I'll hit Twitter by, like, habit, right? and read exactly one tweet and then close the window and think, oh, I shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? Or when someone links a tweet in Discord and I say like, oh, I kind of want to see the replies to this. I want to see some replies. And that's kind of the thing I kind of want to talk about. Because that use case kind of sucks now. And the reason is simple. They prioritize the Twitter blue people to the point where you're looking towards the replies. You know, I open a tweet that's like, oh yeah, the whole, you know, that Neuralink thing. It's now approved for testing in humans. That's the thing that Musk has that killed a lot of monkeys because they kept putting it in monkeys' brains and they kept dying as a result. Because it turns out you shouldn't put computer chips in people's brains, in monkey brains. Kills monkeys. And now, they're on their way to testing with humans. Well, I guess I hope they fixed it. I hope they stopped killing monkeys. That would be a question I would ask before they were good for, like, human testing. I would say, okay, but when was the last monkey you killed? Was it, like, you know, 20 trials ago? Like, was it 100 trials ago? Was it, like, 3? I am not feeling very good about the monkey killing machine now being inserted into humans. And I opened up the tweet on that thinking like, oh, I'm gonna see some funny replies about monkeys, but no, they were kind of like inert and unfunny. And I realized like, oh wait, these are all Twitter blue people, which probably means they are, you know, the exact sort that wants to, you know, should I say fillet Elon Musk? They're kiss asses. They're not the sort of people who are gonna make jokes at Elon Musk's expense, which kind of sucks. You know, they're not the sharpest knives in the drawer. You know. Hello, Antho, how you doing? And just seeing that and realizing like, oh, I wanted some nice jokes, but you know, those people, they don't pay for Twitter, or they've stopped using Twitter, so... I thought that would be a good pit. Really honestly believed that would be a good pit. What is the world record? 21 seconds apparently. Wow, that's fast. I guess that's what you meant by it's short. Played optimally, it's not that long. Am I safe here? Yeah, I would have been if I just chilled for a second. We're getting farther. Yeah, I agree. I think we're getting there. We're getting farther. We're getting through more consistently. Things are looking up. Anyway, it's kind of a bummer that Twitter, like, sucks as much as it does now. I guess, you know, maybe Blue Sky. You said that too soon, Vice City Gaming. I think I figured out what you have to do there. You have to, like, do the corners really precisely. I guess I hope that Blue Sky, like, you know, is cool or something. I say I hope. I mean, I'm kind of happy being outside of Twitter. I'm kind of happy being out of Twitter and not having to, like, you know... I'll tell you, like, a lot of my times... Well, before Twitter went away and Tweetbot died, a lot of my time was spent scrolling. You know, a lot of my free time, and now, you know, a lot of that time is freed up. I can spend some more time, like, you know, I guess reading Discord. And preparing for streams and doing all sorts of other things. You know, not having Twitter is a good thing for me. So, I don't know if like, Blue Sky comes out and everyone's using it, I would necessarily jump over. But, at the very least, if there's, like, a fun conversation in Blue Sky, I would like to look at it and occasionally be like, oh, those are some fun replies. I like these jokes that people are making at the expense of this serious announcement or whatever. I don't know. None of the previous Twitter equivalents, like, took off. So I don't know why I would expect Blue Sky to, but Twitter sucks, and I can't be the only one who noticed it. You know. I feel like if you are paid for Twitter, you know, if you're a blue check, if you're a Twitter blue subscriber, I feel like any opinion you have is automatically invalidated, and any joke that you make, you know, can't really be that funny. Let's do another card. Don't you hate robots on the phone? This is just a minor thing, but goddamn, you know, I hate it when you call something for some reason, and you get like the robot that does the voice thing, you know, a robot that talks to you and pretends to be a human, but like not really convincingly, and also they do that shit. Why pay for a checkmark? I know, right? They do that shit, you know, when you call up a tech support thing, right? They do that shit where they do fake typing, and you know, like, I know this is a robot. You don't have to do fake typing and, like, tick, 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 tick. Like, one, it sounds like shit. That's not what typing sounds like. And two, it's a robot. I know it doesn't really need to type. It just pisses me off every time I hear that fake typing. Like, go, ah! God damn it. Give me a human! Human, human, human! I just shout at them. Human, human, human! Get me a human! Until they get me a human. I just don't like them. Nope. I recently called up, like, to order chicken wings, right? Wingstop. And they gave me the robots. And I said, no, human. And then they gave me someone in, like, a call center or something, not at the restaurants. And at the call center, they, apparently, I guess they're just using the thing that lets you order, like, online. You know, like the app. And the thing about the app is that you can't say, like, okay, give me 10 drums and 10 flats. Whereas if you get a human who is at the restaurants, they can usually figure it out. Like, okay, 10 drums, 10 flats. We'll manage that. Even if it's not, like, an option in the app, if you get, like, a human on the line, sometimes they can manage it, you know? It's not really that complicated. 10 and 10. Shit. God, that was close. 10 of each. It's not complicated. And yet, they just don't... They don't support that anymore. Goddamn shame. I'll say this of the 7 Life Challenge. Before the lightning round, which will be starting like shortly, we'll do 1 7 Life Challenge to considering we've got like a third of the goal as of now, right? We'll do it that way. We'll do it one at a time, progressively as we get to them. And we'll do a second one if we reach, let's say, 2,700. How about that? How's that sound? And then we'll do the last one if we get the goal all the way. I hope you'll make it to mine. Don't worry, Vice City. Eventually here, we'll have the lightning round, and that will make things go a lot faster. And I'll say, like, just for what it's worth, I've never had a stream where levels were left in the queue, where we couldn't do every level. If only because the nature of the lightning round. Once time you got spam text, I bet you were asleep, so you checked the notification and realized that you sent like 100 emojis to the spam text. That's a lot of emojis to send to a spam text. I'm sure it's a thing where you were actually awake for that, and then you know, went back to sleep and immediately forgot. That's sort of a thing about humans, you know, you can do things like middle of a sleep cycle and just forget that you were awake for a minute, you know? It's kind of a funny thing, you know, to like realize like, oh, you know, you did stuff overnight and just like completely forgot. I guess, you know, for people, I don't drink myself. I don't drink the alcohol, so I don't know it firsthand, but I guess that's like similar to like people who get like blackout drunk, right? And they just realize like, oh shit, there's a bunch of stuff that I did last night, and I just have no memory of it. That happens even without alcohol if you just like get up in the middle of the night, go to the bathroom or something, or, you know, you're up for like a second, and you just forget it. And you just forget it. We are pretty goddamn close to finishing this. 90 seconds to get it in this first try. Or get it without going into last tries. Let me do another card. Show Stream Deck setup. Okay. After the timer runs out, I'll show off the Stream Deck setup, and y'all will see like what exactly the Stream Deck looks like. I have rigged it up where I can actually pull up the application that actually shows it on screen. Which I'll say I don't know I'll actually show like again. This might be a one-off thing. But I'll keep it, you know, the setup on hand just in case I eventually do want to show it off again for some reason. 40 seconds I'll show that off. You know, just let the timer run out because with this current timer setup, I don't have a way to like pause the timer or to like pause and resume the timer from a certain time. Only from 5-minute increments, you see. This kind of looks like it'll be the last try right here, before last tries. Maybe one more, maybe one more. Okay, there's the last try before last tries. Let me show you the Stream Deck setup. I'm gonna pause. I don't need to pause. Let's just let it run. So here it is, the Stream Deck setup. Basically, I have a bunch of buttons for all my hotkeys. You know, which is how I can bring up things like, you know, earlier I brought up the old docket by hitting extra image 4. I brought up like extra image 5 is this. Extra image 1 is a picture of a dog. Let me just get this out of the way so you can see the picture of a dog. Isn't she cute? Oh, she wants attention so badly whenever I pull into my parents' place and she's outside. She'll just run over and just like whine and cry and do howly stuff until I come over and give her attention. It's great. Anyway, got all these buttons with like, you know, I can have all the various scenes that I have. And also you got the Mario Maker thing that just has all the commands here, which I can use to like end timer. You can see there I have the button that has end timer on it. I also have other things like, oh, you know, here's all the extra timers. And also do or die for some reason, which there wasn't room for it in the main panel basically. I can do things like bring up last tries by hitting the big red button with the thing. That brings up the last tries. Oh, do or die is on. That's weird. Let me take out do or die by going to other times and then hitting the do or die button. And then each of these 7 up here is how I do the lives. So 5, 6. From 6 down to 2 is the main ones. And they all work good. I can do the sudden death with the orange one. I can bring up the bonus heads with the blue one, which only makes sense if you also bring up the red ones, the rest of the lives. I have a lot of other options here, as you can see. The one in the corner is for the cue cards, which I can bring up at any time and release with a single button press. I put that one in multiple views because it's pretty important. I don't want to have to switch views to do it every time. Emotes I can bring up with just one press here. Very nice. I can also hide it. Originally, this was just in the docket panel, which also has some cam controls for, like, moving myself around. And, like, you know, bringing up the docket, you can see there that why it would be in the same thing. Because they're sort of correlated. Sort of. But also I can hide the docket from the main panel. I have the tech issue stuff, so I can bring up, like, oh, tech issues, or oh, I'm switching systems, or hey, there's some spoilers going on. I can pull that stuff up with those 3 buttons. And I have some commands here to do volume stuff. That's pretty cool. Originally, I was looking to make, like, icons for everything, like I did here with the Mario Maker ones. But eventually, I realized I can just make it, like, color-coded by just doing, like, a background color and, like, the name of a panel. So you can see there for, the rockets, they're just the word rocket in a number. Same with the extra images. That's just a lot simpler to set up, it turns out. Anyway, I also have camera controls here, so I can turn off tracking. I can, like, move the camera around, like, manually, like, move it on its dolly. Using these 4 buttons. And, you know, like, zoom in. Or not. Or go to preset positions. Honestly, right now, what I'm thinking, just right now, just this instance, I think I should put some of the presets into this, like, main view. Like, these like, presets 2, 1, and 2 are useful enough where I might want to have them at just a button's press away, and maybe 3 as well, just because it's very convenient. But having these 2, at least, on, like, this panel would probably be a good thing, and I have room for it, even. Anyway, this is all still a work in progress. I'm still, like, changing things up between streams and figuring out, like, oh, you know, this would be better if this moved over here. This would be better if this moved over here, but it's very convenient to have all these hotkeys just, like, a press away. And like I said, like, I can do a bunch of stuff here, like, you know, make things full, and I can also do the thing where I do next, dismiss, or complete just from a single button press. And I also have this button. Check this out. And by the way, you know, I can close the queue now with a single press. And that also does the thing in chat. And I can just press it again to reopen. And you can see there that it changes based on, like, whether it's open or closed. That feels just really cool. That's just so goddamn handy. Anyway, let me set up the last tries by getting rid of the bonus heads and such, as well as getting rid of that overlay. Isn't that interesting? Let me do my 5 last tries on this level now. I'm gonna restart, and then we'll do them. And keep in mind, I am pressing the buttons now on a Stream Deck rather than a keyboard. Much more convenient and customizable. And also, I can get more away from using, like, tons and tons of hotkeys that get increasingly confusing the more of them I have. You know, the more of them I have to memorize. And I'll say, like, currently I'm just mapping a lot of these keys to just map to the existing hotkeys. But over time, I want to replace it with just, like, you know, doing it without hotkeys and just, accessing the stuff directly. You know, if possible. I think that would be a little more like, it would free up those hotkeys for other things, first off. Things that will require hotkeys. I will say, there are some cases where the hotkeys will be required, like, for instance, as far as I know, there's no way to advance a slideshow in the Stream Deck. So I would need to use the hotkeys to do that, to, like, map it to a hotkey. Which, if you're wondering, like, wait, what do you need a slideshow for? Well, bonus heads is a slideshow. Those are implemented by a couple of slideshows. And so are the cue cards themselves. That's a slideshow on the back end. Like, each of those is an individual slide. It's like, you know, slid through. Anyway, that was the last try. Thank you for the level. We got nearly to the end, but just couldn't quite do it. It's 7:45, which means it is just about time for the lightning round. But I'm gonna do one of the super worlds from the challenge. One of the worlds from the challenge before we do so, and we'll be doing these, like, you know, cumulatively. When the challenge gets to 2,700, we'll do the second one. So, whose super world are we doing for this one? Who contributed the most to that? Let me see. Let's do it nice and fair, and I'm gonna hit dismiss to get rid of that for now. There we go. So if you want to put in another one, you can. Whoever had the last level, geez, I forget. My memory is I'm forgetful. We're gonna do this as a we're gonna do here 7 life challenge, one of them, and this will be one of the last ones. This might be the last one if we don't get up to 2,700. Okay? Let's see now. And I'll bring up the bonus heads, and I'm going to randomize them. I have now... Basically, there's a... Okay, there we go. Bring up the thing. I don't know why it takes multiple button presses to, like, start the roulette after I bring them up. But I'm going to stop them. And we got Luigi. Who should be the first one up? Who should be the first one who gets their super world played? I didn't really think of a good way to, like, do this, actually. Why is there not chat on my phone right now? That seems weird to me. Oh, there's the chat. Let me scroll up. Who did, like, the first contribution to the thing? Let me grab my mouse and scroll. Let's figure that out that way. I'll do the mini one for this, the mini overlay. Hello, J Blood. How you doing? I'm doing a 7 life challenge, one of 3 potentially we will do tonight, based on the progress towards that their little goal. Let me see. The first one to contribute to that was scrolling up. Oh, I guess he can't scroll up that far. I can only scroll up to, like, when Kiel joined the chat. Does anyone remember? Anyone want to, like, claim? Anyone want to, like, jump in and say, like, hey, it should be me? Otherwise, we could do it as, like, I could do it with, I know that new viewer... You're well? That's great. I know that new viewer, Vicey Gaming contributed 70 with some of Vice City Gaming's first channel points on this channel. Could do Vice City. Was Vice City the last person to go? Oh, we probably shouldn't. Maybe it was QWERTY? Yeah, I'm not sure who did it. What is the contribution again? Right, so this is for the final 7 life challenges. The final 7 life challenges that we do ever. These will be the final ones. I'll be retiring it. You did donate some, QWERTY? Let me go to the video producer on Twitch. Let me see if it says. So it says, like, who did what there. I should be more regimented in this. You know what? We're figuring it out. Let's pull it up here. Nope, doesn't let me, like, do something on the phone to, like, pull up a thing and, like, look and see who did it. You gotta redeem it? Perfect, Lord Bowser. You'll probably get it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do it as Vice City Gaming. You're new. Let's do... I'll do QWERTY. QWERTY, what's your maker code? Just paste it. Just paste it, and that'll be it. You know, we'll use yours code for that, or maybe I can get it out of the thing. Let me just do list. It got deleted. What, like the moderator got it? Yeah, that sometimes happens with, like, what got deleted, Lord Bowser. If it's like a moderation thing, I'll see if I can figure out what happened there. Probably it thinks that it has, like, a slur in it or something. That can sometimes happen with maker codes. Sometimes, you know. Really quite unfortunate. Back to chat, Jesus Christ. You got it. It's a channel point thing this time. It's a channel point goal. You can see their community challenge is what it's called. I'm gonna do Droopman's Super World. That's what I'm gonna do. Very nice. You're gonna contribute some. You can go up to 2,000 a person. We'll do Droopman for the first one. So we'll do that. And if Bowser were to contribute a bunch, we'll do Bowser as well. And we'll see for the last one if we reach it. I bet you're sitting on a bunch. Lord Bowser of channel points. You've been around a hell of a time, you know? A lot of the stream. Probably have a surplus. Alright, let me tell you about the 7 Life Challenge, which this will be one of the last ones, potentially the last one. Again, we'll do a second one if we hit 2,700. That'll be the level at which we do a second one. Which, let me see, what are we at right now for that whole goal thing? How do I get that up on my phone? Has it been hit? No, it's not. It's still going. The stream manager is confusing. I'll say that. My phone, it's confusing. How do I fucking get the thing up? I had it up earlier. Stream manager. I see chat and activity feed. Oh, you know what? Maybe I hit... thing? No. Whatever. I'll figure that out later. Tell me if we're there. Tell me if we're there and we'll do a second one. But here's the first 7 Life Challenge. Here's how it works. We do a super world and we have 7 lives total for the whole super world. I die. That's you know, that's it. And, you know, I lose a life. I lose all 7. That's all it. And also, there's a 20-minute timer, and if that runs out, we go into do or die, and we either have to finish the level we're on, or die, and that's it, and then we're done. So 20 minutes per challenge potentially, or less based on the amount of times I die. These will be the last 3 of them that ever grace this channel. It's going to be retired hereafter, and I don't know if there'll be a similar challenge in the future, or if it'll come back as like a, you know, like a not a channel points thing eventually. But this will be the last 7 Life Challenge, or one of them, right here, based upon that whole community goal thing. Okay, I can see exactly how many we got. We got like 1,700. We got to 2,700. We'll do we'll do a second one. And if we finish the goal, we'll do a third one. That sound good? That sounds good. Nice. Everyone thinks it's nice and good game. Very good. Well, I'm a little sweaty. I think I might have the heat on or something. Oh, well. You know what? We'll just consider that part of the challenge. I don't know what it is. A little bit of heat. And, you know, long pants suddenly become a little bit untenable, I guess. I mean,
Oh,
fuck!
no.
Already we've lost a life, so we'll see if we can, like... You know, ideally, the ambition would be to finish the Super World, but that's probably not gonna happen. But, we could at least get, like, all the way to the 20-minute mark without dying, or without losing all our lives. That'd be cool if possible. But we will see. Let's fucking do it. What? Huh? Oh. It's cool. It's good. 6 lives left. Let's do it. Let's keep rolling. I think it is a good time to, you know, I do think that, part of the reason I want to, like, retire it is, one thing is that you might have noticed that, when I showed off the docket setup, you might have noticed that the Mario Maker page was kind of full up. Kind of didn't have room for quite everything. You know, had to have a second page, so freeing up that spot will help me, you know, make room for something else, and make room for, like, do or die, or something to appear on the main thing or something. You know? And also, it simplifies the setup a bit. And also, I think it's just a good time to mix up the channel point rewards. We've had the same ones for a while, and recently I mixed that up by adding the whole Pikmin throw at my face thing, which is a big hit, and I want to come up with new stuff that is, like, similarly good and cool. There will be some stuff in the future that'll be similar to Pikmin, you know, like stuff being thrown at me. But mostly I want to have like a good variety of things that are cool and fun. One thing will be like playing a clip will be one thing that'll be something in the future, right? It would be like specifically when a timer is not running. Specifically, so if a timer was running, we would have to wait until the end of the timer, but like playing a clip of mine on screen would be one such reward. And I want to come up with other such things, like Pikmin, like this, that would be cool and fun and mix things up. GG, indeed. And, geez, I lost my train of thought there a little. And yeah, like, retiring this will, help to free up some space and also make way for the next thing. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, as far as, like, other stuff being thrown at my face, the one plan I have for that is that whenever Banjo-Tooie gets added to N64 Online, which, you know, hey, who knows, right? It's not even announced yet that it will be coming, but I bet it will. Whenever that happens, we're gonna do a Banjo-Tooie full playthrough, you know, full Let's Play, because it's like one of my favorite games. And for that, I'll do another throw things at me thing where it'll be specifically like a bunch of collectibles from Banjo-Tooie. You know, you'll be able to throw Jiggies, Jinjos, other such things at me, and it'll be a goofy one, you know, a goofy good one, I hope. I hope that'll be rad. I imagine it will be. What's the deal with that? I guess you could get... If you went back and got another Koopa, you could do a thing with it. Man, I'm getting a little hungry. Oh.
Oh yeah.
I didn't really have a lunch, or I had breakfast. But I sort of skipped other meals because, you know, I was working and shit, and also that the stream starts, like, right after work. I decided, I'll tell you what I did, honestly. I decided to have a half hour of Tears of the Kingdom instead of food. And, maybe regretting it a mite bit. Maybe regretting it a mite bit. You can live without Tears of the Kingdom, but you can't live without a little bit of sustenance, you know? There's a Shellmet. I want the Shellmet. Okay, I'm just gonna run through it and get the Shellmet. That's worth. So far, the Super World hasn't been that hard, which is nice. You know, which, hey, you know, makes sense. It's only the first world. Oh, this is a shop. What do we want? Squirrel suit. Takes a minute. Now, I will say I am prepared for this stream to be a little longer than usual, given the 3, you know, challenges, potentially. So, you know, don't worry, don't fear that, if you're... Don't fear your thing not coming up, or whatever. You like how the ears poke out of the helmet? Yeah, it's a good touch. Hey, how about another card? Saw a bunch of family last weekend. Right, so I mentioned there was a wedding on like Monday, and as a result of like my sister had a wedding on Monday, which I'll talk about maybe after what came before. But during that whole weekend, a bunch of like extended family came to town, and like stayed at my my father's place, my dad's place, my parents' place, which was fun, you know, going over there, hanging out with people I haven't seen in like years and years. Just a couple of the cousins, not most of them, just like 2 of them, and a handful of aunts and uncles. Like maybe more aunts and uncles than cousins, which I'll say is not my preference. I prefer the cousins since they're like closer in age to me. You know what I mean? Like the aunts and uncles, they're like a generation up from us. but we're all around like 30s or so. You know, maybe. Well, actually, well, we had like I think one of my younger cousins who's like late 20s, and one of my older cousins who's like maybe late 30s. So, you know, sort of ran the gamut there, I suppose. But we're all like probably average around 30 or so. Maybe like mid-30s on average. No, like 30 on average. I think I'm like one of the older ones. Like definitely top 5 in terms of age. Top 5 in terms of age. That's weird to say. I'm one of the oldest, maybe like top 5 oldest of the cousins. Let's see, there's one who's like the same age as me. I don't know if he is older or younger. There's 2 others that are like older than the rest than us by like a couple of years, at least. So yeah, I'm like top 4. I'm like top 4 as far as age goes. Anyway, it was lovely to see all the cousins again. I didn't die, by the way, did I? If ever I forget to do the thing, remind me, please. But I think I got through that smoothly, right? Right? Okay. It was nice to see everyone again, to hang out. And it was kind of funny that, you know, despite this weekend being about my sister, it ended up kind of being, the weekend ended up kind of being about the relatives who flew in, you know, seeing them all again, chatting and shit. This is the first hard level, says Droop. Okay, let's see if we can get through scot-free, or cleanly, you know. Well, that's not good. It was nice seeing everyone again, hanging out, talking. I will say, though, you know, despite being a streamer and... Crap!
Oh, no.
Despite being a streamer and being well used to talking for hours on end, you know, to the point where I've done like 12-hour streams, you know, extreme shit, you know, like long-ass streams. And I do them kind of on the regular, too. It's not even that rare that a stream will go like 6 hours. They can talk and go longer than I can, I feel like my relatives. Shit. They can talk and just talk and like everyone's drinking and talking and just continue to socialize for like hours and hours and hours, you know. I tap out a little bit. I'm like, okay, I wanna do something else at a certain point. I'm tired of like just chatting and shit. Oh, this isn't good. Oh, this is fine. But man, when the relatives are around, it's just all sorts of chit-chat, all sorts of partying. And it's fun, but perhaps a little much for my tastes. I don't know.
Yeah, Mario time.
How did Mario get behind the background? That's weird. He just sort of popped behind there at some point. Go figure. We only lost 1 life there, feeling pretty good about that. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know either. How much time we got left? My camera control thing is sort of blocking the timer. Around 8 minutes. Cool. See if we can get like through the next world. Good evening, Canio Paki. How you doing? Oh right, I fucking forgot about the low battery thing. Let me plug that in. The queue is open if you want to get in the level. We are currently doing one of the last 3 potential 7 life challenges. This is a thing where I go through a super world and I only have 7 lives, which you just saw one just go right out the window right there. It's a whole thing, done it a bunch, and this is one of the last ones. This will be retired. You're doing well, you just had a 4-hour nap? That's a hell of a good length for a nap. As a rule of thumb, 3 hours is like a REM cycle, right? So if you can get 3 hours in a nap, that's the best. 4 hours, that's, you know, honestly, I think it's a little bit redundant, you know? You only need 3 to get a REM cycle, but, you know, hey, if you get 4... Ah, that looks bad!
Oh, no.
If you get 4, You're sitting pretty because you can have like a whole half hour where you can't get to sleep and you'll still be well on time for you know, whatever it is you're timing yourself out for. You know, if you're trying to wake up at a certain time. Or maybe you just had like a natural nap, actually. Yeah, this is well designed. I like it. These are good use of windmills and all that. The fire wheel level, you are so gonna make that your 2 castle? Wait, Bowser, are you doing a new super world? Oh, right, you're doing a... Oh, God, again with that one. You've mentioned, like, I guess you're on 2 castle, huh? You've mentioned before you're on like 2 whatever in your new super world. Is this your 3rd one? I guess I was thrown out because I know you already have like 2 completed. We gotta do this better. And that's not helping. God. We're on our last life all of a sudden. This one took it out of us. Let's get through this one at least. Let's finish the world. And then we can die in peace like in World 3. That's all I want right now, to finish this world and not die. Oh, that's just a mushroom. Okay, that explains part of why it's so hard. You can't get like 2 tiers of the thing. Here, okay, we're gonna do this right now. We're gonna do this right. We're gonna wait for it to go past. Oh, boy. I was trying to read. Let that be a lesson to you. Don't read chat. I was trying to see if that said, oh, hey, or oh, boy. It says, oh, boy. And, oh, boy. That was the last one. Well, goddamn. Well, there you have it, folks. The first of the 7 life... The first of the last couple of 7 life challenges. If we get to 2,700 in that community challenge over there, you know, look up in chat, you'll see it. It should be like on a bar or something. We get up to 2,700, we'll do a second one. But until such time, let's go back to y'all's levels. And specifically, we're going to do this next thing that we tend to do at this point in the stream. We're going to do this next thing, which is this. Are you still in the queue? You should be. You should be, I didn't do a thing where I selected you this time. I just sort of we just sort of pulled you out this time because this is sort of a funny way that we're doing this. You should still be good, group. It's time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, we only have 5 levels to do it. It's not a 7 life redemption, Lord Bowser. This time it's the final 7 life challenges, and we gotta get up to 2,700 to do the next one. Okay? Okay? I'm seeing 8, but I believe you if you say 10, Droop Man. We get up to 2,700, we'll do the next. Anyway, the lightning round. From here on out, we're in the lightning round, and so long as we're in the lightning round, every level will only have 5 tries to do it. 7 for subs, and also for the 7 of the first. 7 for the first person in the thing. I'll say this, Droop Man, if you're up next, we'll have someone else do this. But you're not up next, it's Alter for Walter. Alter for Walter, you get these bonus heads, which now I can do just by hitting buttons in the Steam Deck, which is really goddamn convenient, let me tell you. Look at that, you got Waluigi. Think you're after 3 levels. That's a good amount of levels to be after. Alter, did Alter say anything? Someone at Walter. I'll say, even in the lightning round, if you're not here when your level comes up, we can do you in the sudden sudden death still. So that's still the thing. Halter for Walter just threw some Pikmin at me. Great, you're here. Showtime. Great. I'm gonna grab. Do you mind if I grab like some pretzels or something? I'm getting kind of fucking hungry. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Excuse me. Let me just zoom the camera out and just give me like a minute. I'm just gonna run over there, grab some sort of food to eat, to sate my appetite, and you know, go from there. You know, 1 second, folks. I'm also gonna check on the thermostat. I grabbed some pretzel rods, which will do in a pinch. I also grabbed these. Let me zoom in. Okay. I also got these grasshoppers. These are just. I don't have that very many of them though, so you know I'll do the pretzels after this. But these grasshoppers are good, kind of minty and fudgy, you know. Mint and chocolate, they just go together really well. Let me punch in the next level and play it. Y'all let me know when we hit 2,700 if we do. And we'll do another one of those super worlds. But until then, let's do it. And Bowser, we'll go with you if so long as no one else like puts up a bunch more, okay? So long as I see no one else putting up a bunch more, specifically. Icicle Gimmick Cave. This is some sort of icicle gimmick cave. Let's go. Oh, these things are good. What's the gimmick? Oh. That's a really cool setup. I like how by going across with the icicles, by traveling one way with the icicles, it sort of changes things for the next time you travel through. I mean, kind of a little bit. Honestly, that one didn't do that much. It just sort of like, killed some enemies. Oh, this... What? Oh! Exclamation block. Didn't notice that one. That makes sense. Oh good, there was a checkpoint. And checkpoint, by the way, those refresh our things. Our lives. This chocolate is making my controller stickier than I thought it would. I don't usually think of these things as being, like, sticky. No? We're getting a save. That's nice. Why do we get a Shelmet here? What good does this do us? I guess if they were to come down here, we wouldn't necessarily be killed. So that itself is nice. I always think the Koopalings, you know, They're cool bosses. They can just take a little bit to fight because, you know, between hits, they have like an invulnerability time that is long. But then Boom Boom and what the fuck's her name? Well, I guess with the propeller we can do that. What's the other one's name? The boomerang one? Which Mario Maker would allow you to add any Mario track? Like music? Yeah, that'd be cool. If you could like choose the music. Really, just like a music editor that just let you choose like specific musics for specific areas rather than being like, you know. It's hard to program like, to make the music work reliably in this game. Oh, also I had gotten a checkpoint after I lost a life, so we should have refreshed that, but no matter. Thank you for the level. Got through clean, pretty clean. Let me go ahead and hit complete and hit next. More Bowser. Up again. My crunching isn't picking up on the mic, is it? Good. Doesn't look like it is. I got these pretzels a while ago. Realized that I think they're less salty than they used to be, which is kind of unfortunate, but you know, they'll do in a pinch to like really, you know, sustain me, right? Feel like they're less salty, these Snyders, you know? I did in between the last time I had Snyders. I found like a World Gold was doing a Bowser, please confirm, by the way. You know what? I'm gonna put you into sudden death until such time as you confirm. Let me at you. Oh. You are How it works with sudden death is that if you confirm you're here while we're in sudden death, I'll upgrade you to the full amount of life. So don't worry, you know, it's cool. Just speak up, just say the word, and you'll be converted over. Oh shit! You know, these are not bad though, despite not being as salty as the World Gold ones are. Very good, there you are. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. I'm still getting used to using the Stream Deck for the hotkeys now. Who's a fool? Oh, did I lose a life? I didn't, right? If I had, I would have converted it when I converted over. Would have taken out that life from the other end, but I didn't, so I think I'm good. Let me do another card. There was a big old wedding. Yep, big old wedding. Went really well. It was a very nice ceremony, at a very nice venue, sort of on one of these lakes, you know, that's nearby, that's in the Dallas area. It was very pretty. I enjoyed taking a lot of pictures. You know, considering that there's only the lakes here for bodies of water and like creeks and shit. I don't see that many bodies of water, so just being able to look across a big, large body of water and go, God damn, you know, that's water. I can see across to the other side, and it's like a lot of it. You know, not enough where it goes across the entire horizon, but god damn, water. There were also some nice trees, and it was just really nice. You know what? Actually, I have some pictures. Look at that. It's water. I walked down to the water and looked at it. And there were a few cases where, like, during the wedding, I was like, okay, I'm kind of tired of, like, talking with the folks, with everyone, you know. And I walked out to, like, to look at the trees and the water and shit. And that was just nice to have as like a change of pace, you know. And, you know, take some pictures while I was out there. They'll all say it's kind of impossible to take pictures at night, even with the iPhone with the like the light correction thing. You end up just like overexposing it and making it look like the weirdest fucking day you've ever seen. We're like, oh, the sky is like blue and yellow. No, it's like all shades of purple, actually. There's no yellow in it. What the fuck? Anyway, just a real nice event. Was nice to see. It was nice to see my sister get married. It was weird. You know, and now she has a different name and shit. You know, a new last name. How about that? And I have a brother-in-law. Never had a brother. Don't have any, you know, only had one other sibling before, and now there's kind of two. It's kind of like that, right? Brother-in-law. It's like supposed to be as close as regular siblings, nearly. That's bizarre, you know? That's different. Huh. Really happy for my sister, you know, she, it's a good match, I'll say. The thing about it is that my sister for ages was looking for, really just looking for someone to travel with. She went on a bunch of trips with like her lady friends and was never really satisfied by any of them, I'm pretty sure. Nor was she really satisfied with like, you know, us, her family, as like travel companions. And she was lucky to find her current husband, who turns out, you know, was able to keep up with her on her, you know, travels or whatever the fuck. And also, he works for an airline, so they travel via standby for free, which is a hell of a perk for a couple that's into traveling to have. And I'm really happy for them being able to just jet around and, you know, they're over in Europe now, and they didn't pay a goddamn penny to get over there. They just flew standby. They didn't know where they were going the night before, but, you know, they knew, they're like, okay, it's either going to be Germany or Switzerland, just looking at the flights that aren't fully booked. And apparently they went to Germany. I don't know where they are now. As far as I know, they got on another plane and flew somewhere else. That would be very much like them. And, well, that sounds like a hell of a good time. You know, flying around, looking at various countries, enjoying their thing. Wait, did I play 2 levels of that? Did I play 1 level or 2 levels? I might have accidentally played a 2nd level without thinking about it. Was that was just the 1 level, right? Was that 2 by mistake? I wasn't thinking. Anyway, whatever. Whoops, I played 2 levels by mistake. That happens. Well, whatever. The levels were short. It's cool. Please understand. Let me hit complete and then hit next. Anyway, really very happy for them. Kind of makes me... I'll say it's the thing about a wedding, right? Which is that, I bet, and I think I've heard this is the case, but kind of makes you think like, man, I should probably be thinking about romance or something, right? I should probably be working on that. You know, it's that thing that I think happens when someone you know or a relative gets married, you know? And I'll say, like, looking at all my cousins, you know, it might look bad because, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are married, but there's a lot of us, actually. There's, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 11 and 12, including me and my sister. So, there's only a third of us are married. So, I'm among the majority who have not gotten anything together of that sort, so that's good. Vice City Gaming. Did Vice City Gaming confirm? Let me type the thing in. And do @Vice City Gaming. You are up. You're up, White City. Go ahead and confirm. I will play a level. On another topic. Introvert-extrovert dichotomy. The other day, last night during yesterday's stream, I was trying to think of the words introvert and extrovert and talk about the dichotomy between them. Specifically that I think it's, as a dichotomy, it's kind of, you know, simplifying what is a very complicated thing, you know? I don't know if y'all would think about it, considering that I am a streamer and I stream for hours and hours on end, and I am pretty, I would say, pretty social as I stream. You know, I talk to the chat, I talk to the folk, and I have a good time, and I can go for hours and hours and hours on end. So y'all might be surprised to know, like, oh, at a party, like a social event situation, I'm the first one who's like, yeah, I need to go get a fucking break here. I'm gonna go out, you know. Whenever we went to, like, the shore growing up, because basically, a lot of my family on my mom's side is from, like, New York, so they go down to the Jersey Shore. So even though we're from Texas, we fly out to go to the New Jersey Shore sometimes. I say sometimes. We haven't done it in since before the pandemic, like since 2018, since 5 years ago. But we have many times flown out and gone there. And I'll say, whenever they're having, like, a big party at night where it's just like, oh, it's just like dozens of people all drinking and talking and shit, you know, most of them older than me, but also a good amount of cousins and second cousins as well. I'm the first one to be like, okay, you know, I'm not getting drunk here because I don't drink. And also, what should we do? You know what? Some of these are from the Super World. Let's do one from the Super World, which I guess is still a work in progress, huh? Let's find the 1-1 specifically and go from there. I'm the first one to be like, okay, you know what? I'm kind of tired of this. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here and go back to my rental house, the one that we're staying in. You know, and the Jersey Shore, there's a lot of rental houses, and our families tend to rent a couple of them and, like, cram as many people into as few houses as possible. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch, like, YouTube videos or something. I'm gonna watch some Giant Bomb. I'm gonna watch a stream or something. You know, I'm gonna play a video game instead of socializing. And that's pretty much, like, classic introvert behavior, right? But I'm okay and fairly extroverted in the case of, like, this stream. And you might wonder, like, okay, what's the disconnect there? And I think it comes down to this. I think in cases where I am in control of an event, and I am, you know, pretty clearly the center of attention, and I am actively doing things, and I have very clear things I need to be getting done, I am happy to just, like, talk and chat and hang out and stuff. You know, be in the center of things. But in a social event where, you know, there's a lot of drinking and stuff that I'm not really comfortable with or not really, like, actively involved with, I'm just kind of put off and tend to get tired of it and need a break. You know, need to go do something else. In general, I'll say I think that, you know, humans are complicated, you know, and multifaceted as well, where I don't think that like, that sort of, you know, personality test, all that stuff, it's bullshit. And we all know it's bullshit. Everyone knows it's bullshit, so, you know, I don't really feel like, I would necessarily I would assign myself either introvert or extrovert. I would just say that, no, in some respects, in some situations, I am, you know, happy to be the life of the party. The center of attention. I am happy with that. I'm happy to run things, I'm happy to keep things organized, and happy to keep things moving. But in cases where I just am out of my element, you know? I'm just much faster to be like, yeah, I'm tired of talking. You know, I tire a lot quicker than, like, the rest of my relatives, you know? There we go. That was 1-1. Fairly good. Very nice. Was able to get it through it nice and clean, which makes sense. It's 1-1 after all. Next up is Droopman. Corn, as he's called now. Droopman, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Hello. I'll do another card. My dad's RoboCop story. I had heard this story before, but he told it again at the wedding, you know, just in a random conversation. Apparently, my dad, this isn't really a long story. Basically, my dad was drunk and high in Dallas, in downtown Dallas, as a lad, you know, as like 30 years ago or something. And he's just stumbling around Dallas, a little bit drunk, and he sees like some cop cars go by that say Seattle on them, or some shit, you know, say Seattle. And he's like, what the fuck? And then he's just sort of wandering around the city. And then at him comes fucking RoboCop. And this is before the movie, so he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. He's just high and seeing a man who is a robot come at him. And then he finds out that he has somehow wandered onto the set of RoboCop, which was filming at the time. And was just like completely shocked out of his mind to see fucking weird robot man. I can imagine that being in the movie. You know, just like someone reacting to RoboCop going like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this robot man? What the hell? Fuck is this? It's a good movie, I guess, is what I'm driving at. I don't know. Anyway, I think that's a fun story to be able to tell. I didn't know he was high. I think he might have said drunk previous times he told it. But in this latest telling, he did specify that he was high, so he must have been on like weed or something. I guess that makes sense. I know that my uncle. I know that my uncle is into the reefer. You know, into the marijuana and all that. But and my dad was probably like, you know, hanging out and doing a lot of stuff with him at the time when he was a younger man, but you know, I didn't know my dad went for that back in the day. Hello, Vash, how you doing? Reefer shit isn't. Oh no, it's not a bad thing. I don't know. I'm just using words. I don't know if reefer is supposed to imply anything about marijuana, or it's supposed to be like. I'm just using a word that I think sounds kind of funny. Let me be clear. Hope you're well. I am well. I'm doing all right tonight. We're doing a whole thing tonight where I am.
Oh no!
Where there's a community challenge for channel points. If we get up to do a couple of the last 7 life challenges that will be done as channel point related things. It's possible it'll come back in some other form eventually. I don't know, but I'll say these ones will be the last ones that are done based on channel points. But yeah. And I'll say again, we get up to 2,700, we'll do a second one, and then at 4,100 will be the last one if we were to reach that point. That's how we would do things. And I have another petrol on. These things are good. Could use more salt, but they're still good. I don't know. I wonder if they... You hear about things right now with like companies like cutting out ingredients, you know? Like just taking the same product that you know and like reducing the amount of cookies by like 3 and charging the same price for it. You know, sneaky shit like that. So I guess I wouldn't be surprised if this was like a real thing. Like, oh no, they're just using less salt now in order to save a little money. You know? If they are, you know, it's kind of unfortunate because I really do like it. The curve in the bottom of the peanut butter jar, man. What? It's to give you a ½ ounce less for the same price. Exactly. Some sneaky shit like that, which they do in lieu of a like cost increase, just in order to hide it a little bit, which is sneaky as fuck. Let's go ahead and complete and do the next one. J-Blood, you are up. See you later, Droop Man. You have a good one. All peanut butters have a dip on the very bottom. Gotcha. Wonder if other things do too. I'm not really a peanut butter guy, so I don't know that one from experience, but... How about jelly? Does jelly have that sort of dip? I suppose they could say, like, well, it prevents the peanut butter from sticking or something. Yeah, Kinther's things do too. Jeppy. Let me add J-Blood. You are up. I'm gonna punch it in. Gotcha, you don't have autocorrect working, that's fine. Let me do another card while I'm writing this one in. Clip shoutout plans. Yeah, so I've discussed recently, I do want to do, like, clip shoutouts sometime in the future. And also allow, you know, there to be, like, sort of a channel point thing for, like, showing a clip of mine as well. Which I think would be very handy for, like, you know, say there's a raid. You get to see a little bit of the raider in question, see what they're all up to, and see what they're all about in that clip shoutout. And I think that'd be cool. Currently, my plan is to, I'm trying to, like, I would prefer to have it be that every one of my streams has been combed through a little bit by me to look for, like, things to clip and shit. But I'm currently way behind on all that crap. So, you know, I'm like 19 streams, 20 streams behind the curve. Before I were to implement this, first I need to know, like, oh, this is freaky. Also, by the way, since I don't see Blood, I'm going to do this in sudden death for now. Blood, if you are here, please confirm at any time, and I'll upgrade you to the full contingent of lightning round lives. What was I saying? I kind of want to wait. First off, I do need to find, like, a framing thing, right? Like, something to put around the clip window, so it looks like it's being played in, like a movie screen or something, you know? Like a television screen or something. Gotta figure out what I want to do there. But also... but also... Oh, these are exits. But you can go down these pipes. They lead to other rooms. Okay. I don't want to do it until such time as I, am fully caught up on clip stuff. So I'll be holding off until such time as, I've clipped up everything, which I'm gonna try to catch up with. Like, as soon as it makes sense to, I guess. Let me refresh that guy. Before it gets 8 or something. Wait. Oh, I see. Wait, how does this make sense? What's the point of this? Does this lead where I seen? What's the point of going here? Oh! Going through the... Oh, we can go through the pipes! I can go through the pipes if I fall. This one just leads back to where I started. We can go through the pipes like this. Okay, we just discovered a bunch of new pipes we can go through. Probably that pipe's the one we gotta go through, the one that we need a key for. That would be my bet. Have I tried up? No, I haven't. Let's see where this leads. I think it just leads, like... I feel like we're in 4 rooms here. We're hopping between 4 rooms total, so that's not very many. What would a key be? Whoops. Well, I can go get that back if I want. By the way, I'll say, backseating-wise, if anyone is fucking watching this and has ideas they want to share, go ahead. I'm cool with that. I'm okay if we want to, like, you know, try to do this as, like, a collaborative deal. You know? Hey, J-Blood. Promote you to this one, but not that one. I'm hitting the wrong buttons tonight. Sorry, like I said, the whole, like, Stream Deck setup, it's a little new. Still getting used to it. Is there something we can do with the spike helmet? The clear rate is deceiving. Why, was it really high? I guess most people will eventually figure it out. Yeah, it's harder than you'd think from that. Fireball, I guess, I'm guessing we need to use a fireball for something, but what? What do we need a fireball for? Is the fireball room? Yeah, so these, I think, are like all 4 rooms that we're going between if we just like fall through them repeatedly. What's in here again? This one just leads to the start. I really don't get why... Oh! Oh, I got it. I got it. The boo. We gotta go kill the boo. We gotta kill the boo. That'll get us the key, and that'll allow us to do a thing. I got it. I got it. That's right. That wasn't a eureka moment. Now, where's the P-switch? I need that again. Probably the next room, right? Or the one after. I'm not sure. Here it is. And the door will be in this one. Through the door. Out through here. Kill this guy. Beautiful. Okay, let's just keep going down until we get to the key door. That's the simplest way to navigate this space. Do this height, and that'll be it, right? Hey. Very nice. Okay, multiple things here. Need to get, P-switch. A fireball, at least. Okay, so activate the P-switch. I need the fireball. Activate the P-switch, grab a fireball, and let's book it. Wait, was the key door in the room with the firebar? It wasn't, but little hesitation there is fatal. I don't want to spit up my fireball. I should have held down the button as I went through the pipe. Okay. Is the key door in the room with the fireball? No. It's the room before the fireball. I bet it's still faster to go down than go up. I bet, right? Maybe? Also, I don't want to give up Yoshi. Like, do a Yoshi hop. I think that like, going through a door... Refresh? No, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't quite as well as it needs to do. How about we do this? Wait. I can't hit it from here, so that's no good. Okay, here's how we're doing it. I don't think I need the Yoshi. I think... Okay, here's what I think. Wait, I need the Yoshi for the fireball. We can't give up the Yoshi because the Yoshi has the thing. So instead, maybe... Instead of doing that, go through a door. Then go through a down. Then through here. This might be slower. This feels like it... It's definitely slower. But actually, maybe hitting the P-switch there, and just taking the fireball from there, maybe that's faster. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that might be it. Here we go. If I got stuck in those bricks. There we go. And you need the Yoshi to get through this part, but also just fire the thing off. Whew. Alright. Hit complete. And hit next. Monoculus. You are up. Go ahead and confirm. Yeah, it does use all the elements. Very nice design. Let me type that in, and I'm going to do another card in the meantime. Are my YouTube descriptions too detailed? Sometimes wonder about that. I, for the YouTube descriptions, tend to write some elaborate ones. Tend to, write in. There's only so many neat words you need to use to say it's viewer levels. I did viewer levels. I took viewer levels for a while. But I put in a lot of text around that and write it custom each time. As well as, like, usually a description of, like, what topics came up in the conversation, because I like to think that stuff might be helpful. You don't think they are here? Gotcha, Vash. I wonder that just because, I see a lot of YouTube channels where it's just like, oh, here's just a whole bunch of links and stuff, and that's it. That's all they got. Whereas it's like, I'm mostly text with just the, timestamps and otherwise. And it takes a bit to write a couple of paragraphs for each stream, and also a bit of, like, inspiration every time to be like, okay, how am I gonna write up the thing where I just say, it's viewer levels, everyone. We've done viewer levels like 100 times. Actually, I don't think... Have I done viewer levels 100 times? I might have done by this point. I've done it like 100 times. Y'all know the drill. How do you make a description? How do you describe that in a way that isn't just the same as before? I don't see Inoculus yet, so I'm going to put into sudden death. Oh, you don't think they're here as in Moculus. Gotcha. Let me at Moculus just to be on the safe side. You are up. If you are here, feel free to say so, and you'll get upgraded to the thing. You know what? We'll not count that just because I really wasn't. We'll count that one, though. That one counts. This is an interesting idea for a level. And we're done. Moculus, if you're here, please do confirm right now, because we just lost both lives, like, right away. Right fast. Whoops. That went a little fast. I bet there's a really interesting level there. Like, let's see. Let's look. Let's look in the, like, it's like a minute long. Let's look in the thing to see, like, the thumbnail and the preview there. Yeah, that looks like a really complicated level that we died in the first 10 seconds of. First 3 seconds of, really. Alas, such is sudden death. Let's go to the next person. Canel Apeki. Kane Apeki? Kane Apaki. Pachi? The one from Zelda. I get it. Don't worry, not like, I know that can be a slur for, like, It's a Zelda item. It's cool. It's not... In this context, it's fine. You are up. Let's go. Let's go ahead and, punch that in. And, yeah. The cane is here, so we're good to go. Let's go. We're around 3 hours in now. It is time to start thinking about closing the queue. And I'll say the queue will close at 9:15. 9:15. God damn it. And once the queue closes, the way it works generally, and this is honestly one more thing I need for the stream. Once the queue closes, I will give a final warning, and I will play one of my own levels. And then after that, I will close the queue. And we will play the levels in the queue and go from there. And I'll say one more thing, which is that if we reach 2,700 at any point on the channel point, on the goal, right? I'll play a second Super World. In that style. We'll play a second Super World 7 Life Challenge style. But if not, you know, at the end of the stream, we'll just have that be it, and we'll end there. So, you know, keep an eye on the number of those left. That will be, you know, all the time there is for getting in those channel point things. You know, channel point contributions. I wonder if set up where, okay, if I just say like, oh, the challenge has failed, right? Will it cash out the people who put stuff in? I will say that we did play one, and you know, playing one of the 7 life challenges for a third of the points seems like a fair thing to me. What the hell is up with this? So, I guess what I could do is I could just like use my own ability to just have infinite channel points to just take us to the goalpost and just like, you know, mark it as complete, even if we only really got a third of it. Just to make sure that the channel points, you know, they're not like refunded or anything. They probably shouldn't be refunded if I did do a third of the goal, you know. And if we get up to 2,700, you know, we'll do a whole thing. Don't you all worry. What the fuck is with this thing? Why? What am I missing? It's not like a hidden block or anything, is there? This jump looks, like it's not even close. Really unsure, like, what the fuck? Okay. There's all these coins over the thing. Oh, what if that's something? This could be like a... No, it's not nothing. It's just a... It could be like a boot. There's gonna be some boots hidden in a block or something. We need... I mean... If you had a boot, you could jump on those guys. Doesn't that make sense? You know, why else would they have coins above their heads? If not that you can jump on them somehow. You can make the jump you got stuck at. Okay. Oh, fuck. Well, I died, so... Guess that's that. Thank you for the level. I died a bunch. That jump seems really... I mean... Maybe you need, like, more of a running start. You know, to get the right height and get the right distance, but... It just wasn't happening for me. Next up is Alterver Walter. Alterver Walter says, might not be in chat. Let me at Alterver Walter and say you are up. Meanwhile, I'll punch it in and I'll do another card. Card. I bought the Mega Man Battle Network collection, meaning to play it. Yeah, I thought about that over the weekend, you know, following, and I said to myself, well, even if I don't have time because of, you know, Zelda, I might as well buy this because I really love the Battle Man. I say I really love, that was kind of my Mega Man growing up, the Mega Man Battle Network games, and honestly, I want to have a collection of them. And now I have the option to play them whenever I want. So, I probably will at some point. I've played this one before, Walter. Walter. I didn't skip you, Monoculus. You, we did in sudden death because I asked for, There's a stream delay? I think I was like somewhat generous. How much of a stream delay are you looking at? You can always resubmit, and so long as you like, I'll give more of a you know what? 2 minutes. Jesus, 2 minute delay. That's savage. Keep an eye on the chat, I guess. When I watch streams, my delay is more like in the matter of like 5 seconds to like 30 seconds tops. If it's 2 minutes, how is he answering so fast? That is a good question, Vash. I did like the level, Moculus, to be fair. You know, we have to find a different one. Actually, there's a limit to like how fast we can like to keep things moving. I do have to like actually pull up a level pretty soon after like pulling it up, right? But, you know, on occasion I do like to talk about a thing before starting a level, and that can go like multiple minutes if I so please. Yeah, we'll do a different one. Your Wi-Fi sucks? Yeah, that's a bummer, man. What should we play of these? Tell you what, you know, resubmit and say I see you did it, and keep an eye on chat. And when you come up again, I'll try to vamp for like at least a minute or two. Look, I can do that. Where is Walter? That is the question we are all asking. It's sudden death. We're doing it in sudden death. Don't worry about it. Toxic Knight platformer sounds nice. 10% clear rate. That sounds pretty doable. Looks kind of challenging. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay. Pretty intuitive stuff. Jump on the guys. Hit the shells. Whew, checkpoint already. This is gonna be very doable. Huh? Oh, I see what we're doing here. Oh, this is fun. That was very easy, very doable. That's some fun stuff. Like it's not honestly, I feel like the ideas in that level, like platform stuff with an enemy on the end of the platform, I feel like that could sustain like a longer level, honestly. Like one that was a minute or two long. But it was still fun for like, you know, how long it lasted. Short and sweet indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Walter. Let me go ahead and complete. And hit next. And get us back up to the regular lightning round. Lord Bowser is up. And by the way, again, I'll say 9:15 is when I'll be looking to close the queue. 9:15. So we got like a good 10 minutes left until then. So until such time, we'll be open for submissions, open for more. And I will give a last call and allow for like some time for anyone to get in any last levels once that time hits. Including the person whose level is cleared like right before it. World 6? We're already on World 6 of this replay? Dang. The Super World goes fast. Pretzels are good. I like pretzels. Lord Bowser's a good dude. Let me do another card. Look at that, we're all out of cards. Hat in time next Monday. Since last week, we finished Pikmin. Pikmin 1, 2, and 3. The next playthrough is now, you know, next on the docket. And that will indeed be starting... God damn it. That will indeed be starting next Monday. Oh, sorry, I forgot to place the card down. There we go. I'll say of it, I haven't bought a new version of it. I'm using the Steam version. I'm not sure how it's going to perform while I'm streaming it at the same time. So I guess we're just going to have to wing it and see what happens. Hopefully it performs well enough. Despite, you know, OBS also running at the same time. As well as the thing that lets you throw objects at my head. If it doesn't work, you know, maybe I'll buy, maybe I'll purchase the Xbox version of it. Or something of Hat in Time. And I'll play that version for the playthrough. But until I know that for sure, I'm gonna go with the version that I already have, and just hope the hell it works good, you know. Generally not a big fan of PC gaming. You're in World 3, Bash, of this? That's nice. Generally not big into PC gaming. I forget how I came to have, like, Hat in Time on PC. Probably it was only available on PC for the first, like, a year or something, you know, at release, which is when I originally got it. It's a damn good game. You know, we'll have some fun playing it.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Very nice, Lord Bowser. Ah. That was a good level. Still plenty of time left until the queue closes, so I'm gonna hit complete. And next, Vash. Vash is up. You make traditional levels too, Vash? Well, that's fantastic. And I'll say again, that goal, the final 7 life challenge goal, you know, whether or not we do, if we get to 2,700 on there, we'll do a second one, a second final 7 life challenge. And if we get the whole thing complete, we'll do all 3. Which is to say, we'll do a third one after the second one. Because we've already done one. So, anyone wants to put what, like 1,000 more credits towards that? Barrels of fuel, as my channel points are called. I call them channel points. I guess I could call them barrels of fuel, which is what they're literally called in the UI. You know, because they have like a barrel of fuel. They have like the barrel of fuel thing from DKC on it. Yeah, that's Bowser's level. That was Bowser's level. Moculus. If you're curious. Check him out. You need 10 more points to cash in? Ooh. Really? Well, you can get those just by watching. You're like close to being able to do it. Vash. You know, well, you have 70. Ah. Okay, I guess you can only do it in increments of 80. Gotcha, okay. I'll tell you, I'm not like... Fucking hell. I'm not like 1,000% sure how it all works on the back end. So like... Or like, what increments or whatever you can do it in. I would have to... If I had to guess, it'd be like a channel point thing, where you can put in as many as you want. Like, between a certain range. But I guess it's more like a minimum of 80, a maximum of what? Yeah, this is cool. I like what you've done with the rising and falling... Oops. The rising and falling, tide and shit. This is cool. Yikes! I like the risk-reward of a rising and falling lava level. Where, like, oh yeah, if you want to risk it, you can totally just, like, barrel through and, like, take chances. But if you want to play safe, just hang back a little bit. We should really hang back a little bit and play it safe, by the way. This whole barreling forward thing, not entirely working for us. I like the way the lava, the goo splashes. They're sort of purple and green. That's a good look. when you shoot things off into it. Oh god. Hey, checkpoint, that refreshes our doodads. There's something out over to the right, like a secret or something. That was a close one. I think this is just rising. This is a slime climb. Is slime climb the go-to when you think of a rising lava level? Is there like something that predates it in Mario or something? A rising lava level from a Mario game? Because like Slime Climb is like DKC2, you know? Like how, is there one in World or 3? Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I wonder if red coins are optional. Okay, good. There's a checkpoint that refreshes it. They're optional. Cool. I think we got it, though. I think this will be... Oh, wait. I thought... I saw a channel point thing on the side, and I thought it was, live, but it wasn't. The thing from an hour ago where Ultra from Walter threw things at my head. Sometimes the activity feed moves a little bit for no reason, and I think, oh, did something just happen? And no, it's just something from an hour ago that's still in the same place it was. And go figure. That was good. That was a great level. Challenging, but not too much so that we couldn't get through it. Very, very, very nice. That was a good level of difficulty for the lightning round, I think. Go ahead and hit complete, and go ahead and hit next. And we're just about to the point where the queue will close. Moculus, your level is up. Moculus, please confirm. Oh wait, Moculus wants us to vamp for a couple minutes. You know what? Let's do the queue closing thing. Oh, Moculus just did list. Okay, Moculus, I guess you're good with not vamping then. Moculus just confirmed. Good, okay. I'll try to take note. Moculus wants us to ramp to the vamp for a few minutes to buy time for the feed to catch up. But we're good. We'll close the queue after this one, it looks like, because it's still 9:14, 1 minute before the time. Bowser's final platforming. Let us go. Let us do this. Alrighty then. Jesus, that's still gonna be a hard one. You are here for level. Hey, me too. I know, I've probably not like kinda weird the joke about that, considering that I'm the one who has the whole rules and all. But seriously, I am here for it. What? Huh? Okay, good. We're getting it this time. Follow the instructions, land on them in the locations, and we should be good. Just follow the indicators now. And the platforms. Indicator. 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 Checkpoint. Refreshes our doodads. Perfect. Wonderful. I think we might get through it this time. Like, it's actually looking possible. What the fuck is this? Does this mean throw from here? I guess. Maybe I'm not sure if that was like the most accurate throw or if it matters. Yeah, I think none of the shit respawns, so we're gonna be in trouble. That was an accurate throw. But yeah, doesn't respawn. But bam. There we go. Sure, like... Seems a little awkward to have to, like, jump over the one way and then throw the thing. Like, I'm not sure what the point of that is exactly. Thank you for the follow, Vash. again with the same one. Same place. Checkpoint hype. Yeah, I see you know what? That did happen 2 minutes ago. You're not wrong. I guess your delay is legit. It's legit. You know, sometimes Twitch is weird. Delay varies, you know, if you're on desktop and on like a normal PC with like good internet, you can be like near instance. Whereas like if you're on a phone, it's probably gonna be at least 10 seconds, or maybe 5 to 10. Goombas should respawn there. Pretty sure Goombas don't respawn in like that sort of scenario. Actually, I think it's kind of correct for it to not to do. Because it did die is the thing. Some things they respawn. Other things when they get hit they just die. And I think in that case, it just died. I'm confused about the lava level. It seems like it's going maybe up and down. Feels like it's going up and down. Either that or... Well, it doesn't matter. Platforms respawn. Yes, platforms respawn. Goombas do not respawn. Enemies do not respawn. Once killed, they're just killed. You know? There's maybe an exception to that. There might be exceptions to that, actually. I'm not sure. But... that is not one such. You know, those guys, they die, they die. If like you... There are some enemies that, like, don't die when they fall into lava. There's some salt on my couch. And it's tasty salt. Because it's from my pretzels that I've been eating this whole time. I should close up my bag of pretzels. I've had enough. I've had enough pretzels. Yeah, good shit. I'm gonna hit complete, and then we're gonna hit next. Thank you for the follow, Moculus. The next level will be Lord Bowser. You know what we'll do? You know what? I'll do one more here of Lord Bowser's. You know what? Actually, we'll do the thing after. You know. No reason to change plans. Now is the perfect time to close the queue. So, we are going to have last call here. Last call for levels. In the meantime, I'm going to play one of my own. We're going to play through that, and once I'm done with that level, it'll be time to do, time to close the queue. And get in any last ones you want. And by the way, again, with that, that Final 7 Life Challenge thing, hello, Axel, you came in just in time. We are in last call for new levels. Last call for new levels. I'm gonna play one. Which one should I play? Let's see now. Oh, one that's like pre-Super World. Hello, Axis. Axis? Axel. That's Axel, isn't it? Or Axe, just Axe, no L. It's kind of hard sometimes to read the chat from all the way on the couch. You know, even with the big old preview monitor. Which one should we do? Let's see now. Anchor Drop Armada is a good one. Snoop and Sesame. Let's go with Anchor Drop Armada. I don't know if we've seen that one in a while. Anchor Drop Armada is pretty basic levels set on a airship. You know, an airship fleet. Has some fish, has some anchors that are like tilty platforms that, you know, sort of tilt around all funny. And it's pretty basic and straightforward. You can jump on a fish as it's falling. There's some Paracoopas that are like that have like holes for you to jump through. And a bunch of anchor stuff. Get that 10 coin. Make sure we're getting all the 10 coins and stuff. We can go over here, or under, as we did before. Either way, that's the first half. The second half ends up going into under a night area, where it's, you know, the fish now fly, because it's nighttime, you know? And also, you know, you can use them to get across gaps. You have some guys there that just are, you know, sort of imitating the way they work in the overworld, but not quite. Finally now, these elements are mixed, and look at this. There's a little thing you get there, a 10 coin, but also, check this out, 50 coin hidden below it. We could sort of see it there a little bit as we went and got the 10, so figured might as well go get it. Nice way to hide a secret, you know, a secret behind a secret. Now, that's something that DKC did a couple times that I'm a big fan of. Axe140 is now following. Thank you, Axe. I appreciate it. We're coming up on we're at 475 followers right now. That's nice. Just 25 until we got the nice round number 500. And I'll show those plans, you know, before I close the queue, I'm going to give y'all a little more time to get any levels in. Before I close the queue, I'm going to pull that up. The plan for 500 follower stream. The plan for 500 follower stream. What the hell? Where's my docket? Oh, that's weird. I think I did some shit to the... Oh, the... Wait, what? I think I just, like, I just zoomed in on the chat? What the hell? I didn't know I could do that. But I did it by accident. While trying to do this. Which apparently is specific to whatever window is being selected. Okay, I didn't know that. But I have this plan for 500 follower stream. Once we hit that, which we're 25 away from. Wait, 24 away from. 24 away from. I'm going to do a big stream where I do Rare Roulette. 7+ rare games, switching every minute or two. That'll be similar to the randomizer roulette, but switching a lot more, and it's just going to be kind of casual play, you know, playing through those 7 games, you know, sort of casually across the course of a Sunday evening, a Sunday afternoon. DKC, DKC2, DKC3, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Grunty's Revenge, and It's Mr. Pants. The kind of a fun lineup. I've done DKC 1, 2, 3 lots of times here at Banjo-Kazooie. There was a full playthrough of that before I, like, archived those streams. That was, like, last January, or last December or something. It's been ages since we've seen Banjo-Kazooie on the channel. Banjo-Tooie, we haven't seen it all. Grunty's Revenge, that's a whole big game. That's on the GBA, which that'd be fun to show off. And It's Mr. Pants, that's sort of the wild card. That's sort of the wild card right there. Okay. Let's go ahead and, right then. There we go. That is the last call. I'm going to go ahead and close the queue, which you can see I can now do with one button press, which is pretty cool. It closes it in the UI and also sends the message to actually close it in the chat, which is pretty cool to have that sort of shit. This Stream Deck, again, I'll show you to show what it looks like again. It's pretty neat. I like being able to just hit, you know, open queue, close queue. Just hit that button and have it be like one or the other. That is just so cool. So rad. And again, I'll say, if we get to the 2700 point in that that community challenge thing, we will do another 7 life challenge to end on, of probably Lord Bowser's, if you know, unless someone in particular does a big old donation, in which I say donation, it's not money, it's channel points. Does a big old like contribution, in which case we do probably theirs as the second. But you know, keep that in mind. That's on the table as well. It might be that the stream is not ending, but it might be that it is. We'll see as we go. Let me pull this down. There we go. Get out of there. Get out of there. Let me see now. Alright, so queue is closed. Let's do Bowser's level. And we'll do the last two after that. 6-3 is the one we're on now. That is right. That is the two numbers that correspond to the level in question. What am I doing? We're going into the super world. It's been a stream, folks. And again, I will say the one thing I do say, when I see new viewers, I do like to open up the queue if there were to be new viewers that came in at the last moment. Yes, that's right, 6-3. But otherwise, that's the direction we're going for tonight. Luigi says Vash, okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna restart the level just so we can see Luigi now. And that's not gonna count as a life or nothing. That's just, you know, we were absolutely safe, absolutely not dying. Sunset level. Should you bring this again for World 7? Luigi, that's right, that's his name. You're absolutely right. You could. It's a little awkward, I think, with this level, just because, you know, with these very starts, it has to be, like, clear sky, and you can't really cover that up. I think, okay, the one case where an enemy respawns is if they go off if they, like, fall off, right? That doesn't count as them dying. But if they're killed, like, by jumping on them, that counts as them dying and they don't respawn. I think that's how it works, as far as that goes. Yeah, it's some jank. It is a little janky. You know, you have to know how that all works. And trial and error, that's the only way to know for sure how certain elements interact or how respawning works or whatnot. Recently, I found out if you drop. Hey, Trebucket, how's it going? If you drop guys into the pit, Trebucket, I'll tell you, we're having a little bit of a community challenge right now for the final, like 7 life challenges that there ever might be. And I'll tell you, if we get up to 2,700 of channel points, we'll do one more of them. We did one already, and if we finish the goal, we'll do, you know, 2 more of them. Despite the queue being closed and it seeming as if we're wrapping up, there is potential for not wrapping up and instead doing more stuff. Alright, let's see the next one. How you doing, Trebucket? You doing alright? HJK HJF. See you later, Lord Bowser. Playing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom? Tell me about it. I mean, don't literally tell me, like, you know what, I'm probably ahead of you, it's probably fine. I was about to say, like, I don't want to be spoiled, but I'm probably ahead of you. Last I recall, weren't you still in, like, early areas? I think you were in early areas while I was, like, defeating the fourth dungeon, and whatnot, the 4th temple. Okay, there's multiple bosses. I think we have to do all the bosses? No, this isn't bosses, this is platforms. Okay. Multiple rooms, each of them has some sort of challenge. Doesn't look too hard though, hey, look at that. Having a great time, you're past one of the major dungeons and onto the second one, or the lead up to it. What is this? What is this blue stuff? This looks really good theming-wise. What exactly is this? Vash, can you tell me? Oh, also, you know what I didn't do? I didn't check to see if Vash was here. 1 second, let me at Vash. You are up. Oh, there you are. It's the top corner of the windows on the semi-solids. Huh. It looks great. Yeah, that looks really nice as like a staircase. It's a great look. I assume you can't run up it. No, it's not stairs. But it kind of looks like stairs. That's nice. Go through here. Got a checkpoint, so that's nice. We still have to get maybe the things are optional because we're already past the area where the coins were somehow. Maybe this is like some sort of puzzle. No, then again, you can't get those coins if you're beyond the area. Optional. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. If you had gotten them all and then, you know, passed the checkpoint. If you gotten them all and passed the checkpoint, you wouldn't be able to, like, do stuff, you know? You wouldn't be able to keep them. Another checkpoint. Very nice. Oh, there's the bonus area. There's the end. Very nice. We were able to get through unscathed. Go ahead and hit complete and next. Very good. Axe. You're up next. The last level of the night. As far as we know right now, unless we do another 7 life challenge. Or 2. Again, about 900 points. If y'all were to pitch in 900 points, we would do another 7 life challenge right here of Who's Super World? I'm not sure yet. Guess we'd see. Guess we'd think about it. Whatever makes sense. I'll also say, by the way, hey, Trebucket, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but check this shit out. I got a new docket. Worked pretty hard on this level. Hope you like it. Check it out. Brand new docket. Now it comes out from the side, and it's a little fancier than the old one. You know, it comes out from the side, slides out, and has like a semi-transparency to it. It's real nice. Really pleased with it. It's very, like, extremely much more stylish than the previous one, which is kind of a little bit sloppy, a little bit messy. Ooh, this one looks hard. Yeah, it is very nice. I'm glad I have it. And I'm looking forward to every time I pull it up, which, you know... 5 lives on the board. 1 less now. But you know, at the end of each stream, I pull up the schedule, so, you know... It's pretty important since it's the last thing that every stream ends on. Pulling up the schedule in the docket. So being able to say that docket, like, looks good, probably pretty important. One more thing about it. Fuck. I gotta count that, even though I was distracted by looking away. One more thing that's cool about it. Check this out. Whoops. Okay, that didn't take. Good. Okay. Check this shit out. So with the docket, I can. So you know how the docket is right there, right? Well, what if I wanted to move myself? What if I needed to be in the upper right corner? Well, when I move my camera, the docket moves with me. Pretty slick, huh? Isn't that cool? Isn't that nice? Oh, I was very pleased when I got this working. Very, very pleased. It's a hell of a cool thing, I think. Just as a nice, convenient feature. Also, just being able to move my camera around just with a single press is also very, very key going forward. gonna come in handy a lot in the future, I'm sure. Anyway, let's finish this. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty snazzy. I agree. X. Okay. I was playing yesterday for yesterday's stream, the Thursday stream. I played a bit of the Mario Advance games. And it's funny, they also have... There was a level in there that used the burners. What the hell? Oh, it's just the secret area with a bonus. They used the burners like in this game, but the burners were on a faster timer. They went back and forth much faster. It was one of the e-reader levels, which I didn't expect. I guess in those games, burners aren't always the same, you know, cadence. Who knew? Okay, we need a bomb. Hey, Pixel 101. How you doing? It's been like forever? Hell yeah. The queue is closed right now. But I'll tell you this. I currently have a thing for doing a whole Super World. For doing a Super World thing that's just like a bunch of channel points away. So if what you're trying to do is a Super World, there is actually an avenue for that tonight. If we were to get enough points. In the next, say, couple of minutes. Nope, don't have enough. Understandable. It is a lot that you need to get up to thing. And I'll say again, we don't need to get all the channel points to get the next one. We've done one. It's a troll level that hasn't even done. Too bad. How many channel points? Like 900. 900 for bucket. Tell you what, if we do a 7 life challenge, I will open the queue again and let in a couple more levels. Okay? Oh, wow. We're up to, we basically almost got it. That means we will do a second 7 life challenge after this, and possibly a third one thanks to Trebucket. Thanks a lot, Trebucket. What is this? What is this? I don't know what's going on here. We did it! Okay, we got two 7 life challenges to do, and like I said, these will be the last 7 life challenges we see as channel point things. I don't know what's going on here. Let me die. But did we get a checkpoint? Did we get our lives refresh? Yes, okay, you know what? That should have refreshed our lives. But then we lost one. Okay, so we still got 4 left. We still got 4 left here. You need to stand on the red block after hitting. Says axe. Okay. Noted. Stand on the red block after hitting. You mean like at a running speed? Okay, I see. I need to hit it and then be booking it such that I go right under the thing. Be faster. Yes, okay. That's the problem here. We'll do that troll level in between the 2 of the 7 life challenges, okay? Let me, in fact, here we go. Queue is reopening. Y'all can get in a couple levels for between the 7 life challenge and the thing. That all sounds good. Right, shit, I wasn't fast. Move, okay, hold Y, good. These are the things I need to know. Is it long enough? Cool, cool, I can't wait to see it. Alright. Usually, I'll say on a Friday stream, I'm usually not looking for it to go super long, because there's a streamer that usually does Friday streams that I like to watch, like, you know, late into the night. What the hell? Hold. I need to hold in the direction after I go through the door. Only has 1 knowledge CP. Yeah, there's one thing I need to learn, which... Let's hope that's it. Oh. You're saying this level... Okay, I gotcha. Wait a minute. Fuck! That's the last life there. I will say the queue is reopened, so if you want to get that in again, we can have another crack at that after. But that was really close. I feel like we were nearly to a checkpoint. I feel like that was nearly done. Yeah, we needed to see the setup. We needed to realize that we needed to bust the door down and all that. It's time for a 7 life challenge. The second one. The second one we're doing tonight. Okay? Let me go ahead and get up some bonus heads and randomize them. Let me see, where's the randomization button? I start the roulette, I pull up the thing, the blinds, I don't look, it doesn't matter, you can't see. I hit the start-stop button, and reveal, and it's Princess Peach. Cool, very good heads. Bowser contributed a bit to it. Who should we do for the thing? Who should be the other one? Let's do Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser is a good sport for it. We did a bunch of Lord Bowsers. Lord Bowser already had to go. Who else? If anyone else has here has a super world they want us to see, go ahead and shout it out. You know, honestly, I'll say, Trabucket, if you, I'll tell you what, you have you committed the most points to this, the full 2,000. If you want to go source a super world, I know Trabucket doesn't have a super world for me. If you want to go source one, you clipped it? That's nice. Very good. If you want to go source a super world for me, Trabucket, just find one on, like, the internet or something. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'd like to see what you pick, you know? But let's do Lord Bowser's. We're pretty late into his super world. And we've already played it too, so you know, we should be able to get through pretty far. I'm gonna set 20-minute timer. And let's go. Very nice. Stealing your blaster setup. Blaster setup. Okay. Of the previous of Axe. Glad you like the pixel, says Axe. Very nice. Collaboration. And like you know, cribbing some ideas. That is always cool, you know. See something you like and go like, "Oh, I want to make my spin on that." This is the second of 3 7 life challenges for this one. And by the way, feel free to get more levels in while we're doing this one. For this one, for the 7 life challenge, I have 7 lives, and they do not refresh at any point, which, great, I already lost one. They do not refresh at any point. 7 is all I get, and also there's a 20-minute timer. If the timer runs out, we either have to finish the level we're on, or we die, and that's it. Basically, it becomes do or die. And also, you know, after we finish that level, it'd be the end of the challenge. This was a rule introduced like midway, like after like a few months of the challenge being around, in order to keep it from like you know, from like dragging on in the case of a super world that is easy enough where it's not a problem to keep going and going and going and going. You know, you don't want it to be like under some circumstances an hour. You know what I mean? The thing that made it weird, the 7 life challenge, Okay, Trebucket found a one for us. Super Sean Dryer World. Isn't that a name I know? I feel like I heard that name recently. Is he? Where do I know that name from somewhere? Trebucket? Maybe I've just heard the name Dryer sometime recently. Like, is that like a press person or something? Or maybe Dryer is just in the name of a press person that I recognize vaguely. I'm not sure. Any context you want to provide. Should have given him Wagon World? Yeah, I've only gotten like midway through that. Fuck! Really? Again! I can't believe we've lost 3 lives on the first level. This is ridiculous. Fucking getting blindsided. Wagon World would be a good one. I've played some of that. I played some of that when it first came out, and at the time, you know, I should be looking at these indicators, shouldn't I? At the time, they sort of marketed it with God damn it! They sort of marketed it with oh, it's download only? Okay. They said at the time that it was probably going to be deleted because Nintendo was going to catch wise of it and just shut it down for so many reasons, you know? But it seemed like it stuck around for a little bit. But I guess it was deleted eventually. That's too bad. But it makes total sense. There was some real glitchy business in that. Yeah, they love taking down levels that use glitches in ways, you know. Well, I was gonna say that's why I don't do that, but the other reason is I don't really know how those glitches work, and, you know, I make traditional levels, you know? I make traditional levels. They don't really make sense for, they really don't make sense for such tricks. God, really? 5 lives on the first level here of this challenge. You find it cringe that Nintendo doesn't like glitches in that way? Yeah, I don't know. It's their game. They should patch out the glitches, I guess, if they really want to, you know, take the levels down. You know, flag them with, like... You know, just flag them with, like, glitched, and then just fix the glitch, and then take it down, you know? If you do that, that would be acceptable, because, you know... If they fix the glitch, you wouldn't be able to beat them anyway. But taking them down without fixing the glitches, that's a little suspect. And, you know, it might be that to fix these glitches would be really hard. No, I bet it's... Okay, good. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna die there. They ban people as well? Yeah. Honestly... I feel like they should ban people in as few cases as possible because, you know, Mario Maker is a creative endeavor, and to be, like, banned from your creative endeavor just because you use glitches? That ain't right. I don't like that. We finished the level and got 100 points, and we only have fucking 2 lives left. What the fuck? This is the first level! You know what would have helped the 7 life challenge a bit? It'd be cool if I had like a level counter to count like how many levels I've done in the challenge. That would have been a good idea. That's gone, you know. We're retiring this. I think it was a fun challenge. The 7 life challenge, I think it's fun. The only thing is I think it's awkward to fit into a stream. You know, especially with rules like, originally for a while there was the rule of like, okay, once the lightning round is started, that's it for time to get a level in for this mode. But also, fuck. I need to be more careful. Honestly, most glitches you've seen are funny or they make the level better. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I've seen any that, like, delete your file or something. Or, like, delete other levels. That'd be weird if there were such ones. In that case, if there was, like, ones that did, like, bad things, yeah, I can see justifiably justifying that being like ban-worthy or whatever. What was I saying? Yeah, so I think this was a fun thing to do. It just was it's getting more and more awkward. And the thing is, I had a rule that, like, okay, we have to have this during the first half so the stream doesn't, like, you know, drag on unexpectedly long, right? But then there was the thing where, okay, eventually I decided it was kind of weird to be like, okay, let's do someone's 7 life challenge and then just turn around and just, you know, do another level of them if they happen to be next in the queue or something. Right? Like, that's weird, you know? So instead of so instead the rule became like, okay, you have to submit your maker code, and then when your maker code comes up, that's when the 7 life challenge happens, not when you redeem it, basically. But then you have cases where it's like, okay, well, if you submit it during the lightning round, but your name, or before the lightning round, but your name comes up during the lightning round, what exactly, like, how exactly does that work? And I didn't really have a satisfying answer to that. And we're not going to. It's just going to be quietly retired and, you know, suffice to say it mostly worked most of the times it came out, you know. We're on our last life. Here's my question. Here's my question right now. Wait, was this the castle? Is this the castle level of this one? Oh yeah, okay. I was about to ask if we could get through this world, but that was the castle. That was the ship. We got through that world. Yeah, exactly. Can we get through that fort? Okay, let's say. Can we get through that fort? And you know, I'll do the fort after doing the level in the middle. Okay, this is a vertical level, but there's no auto-scroll. I feel like vertical auto-scroll is like probably the best version of auto-scroll. Which I say, in just so far as it's hard to get ahead. And also, you can just go above the top of the screen a little bit if you need to. And also, it, like, keeps the fear of death, like, right on your heels because the screen, you know, will be right behind you. Like, the floor is just following you. But I'll say I've never done a vertical auto-scroll level myself. Maybe one of my next levels should be a vertical auto-scroll level. You know, one of the next ones in the super world. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I guess the question is, which one would it be? Imagine it. There's one level that I have coming up. It's like a dark level. It's like a dark level. It's like Dimlit Derelict. Has a it's like an airship level where you go inside the airship and it's dark in there. Maybe that one could be a vertical auto scroll level. That's like an option. That's an option. Or Ripsaw Rainbow could be a vertical auto-scroller. It could be.
You made it.
There's also Pokey Pressure. Pokey Pressure could be a vertical auto-scroller. Playtime Palace. That's the one I'll say. I'm pretty sure it cannot be a vertical auto-scroller. That would be weird. That'd be weird. Should we do the forest or should we do the not forest? Let's do the forest. It has like a thing on it. It must be a particular level. Poison Yoshi Lake. Ugh. Those words in combination sound worrying. Like I feel like there might be some title stuff. Nope, nope. The tide is staying at the right level. We are good. I want to think of more channel point things. Like I've said, show a clip thing. That'll be one of them. I already have the Pikmin thing where you throw Pikmin at me, and that's sick. And I love that. And everyone loves that. That one's very popular. The Pikmin throw things at me. If we were to cast Yoshi as a celeb for the next Mario movie, who would you cast? That's a good question. Speaking of Yoshi, there was a lot Yoshi in that level. Yoshi sounds like this. Kind of sounds like kind of nasally. Yoshi is sort of a nasally voice. Hello, Mario. How are you doing? Pee-wee Herman. Does that make sense? Is he still alive? I know he jerked off in a theater and he lost a lot of work, but maybe enough time has passed where he could do that. He could do that. You like that casting? Good. I don't have a second answer. If I had to come up with a second answer. God, can you imagine? Is he still alive? I don't know if he can still do the voice. Maybe he's too much of an old man. Andy Serkis? Oh, like Gollum? Yeah, I could see that. That Golem, I mentioned this during yesterday's stream. That Golem game, that did not review very well. Apparently they put out an apology that's like, whoops, I'm sorry that everyone thinks this is Dookie. We didn't mean it to be Dookie. Our bad. Kind of a funny thing to apologize for. What is this? I don't understand. Oh, wait, what? I really don't understand. It looks like a cheap 3D Steam game. Yeah, it does. I've heard that studio... Oh shit, there's a star. That's what you need to do. I've heard that studio, like, is working on another Lord of the Rings game, which... you maybe should have... I don't know about that license that they signed with those guys. Like, I'd be worried about that if I was them. Also, I'd just say like, okay, maybe how about we just go ahead and cancel that? Let's go ahead and just, you know. What is that guy doing? Guy's doing some nasty stuff out there. We don't even want to see it. God, I'm remembering yesterday during the Yoshi's Island part, because I did all the new... I did the 3 Mario Advance games. And during Yoshi's Island, there's the Burst the Bastral part, where, you know, where you take off his pants and his dick comes out. You know, you can see his donger. For real. And, when I did it, he was kind of off screen, so you get to see dick. I assure you, you get to see dick. We didn't get to see his ding-dong. And that's what those noises remind me of. Tell me this. Okay, Pixel 101, what's up? Oh, well, shit. Let me get the mini queue. Wait, X, was this the level that you submitted earlier, X? I probably should have hit dismiss. X, you could go ahead and get another level in if you like for after this super world, but also, hey, we got through all these levels. Well, actually, hang on, we gotta do this one. You can get in another level, by the way, X, let me say. Would you want a Mario movie 2 or a Luigi's Mansion movie? I think they would do more with Luigi's Mansion. I feel like that would be the take. And also, you know, with Luigi's Mansion, you can release it, like, near October and have it be a little bit of a spooky movie. Like, that is just... Honestly, I don't know if there's a more perfect, like, spooky Halloween movie for kids out there. You know, other than the Jack Nicholson Egad. Oh, that's good. Also, that's the challenge. We did it. A goofy style horror movie? Yeah, like a goofy fun October movie that wasn't really scary but was just fun. I guess like Hotel Transylvania is like the other thing that comes to mind for that like niche. Or like what's another thing like that? Halloween, the Disney is Halloween a Disney thing? It feels like a Disney thing. It's close enough. The Halloween town things. Oh, Nightmare Before Christmas. There's a Halloween thing for kid. You know what? Actually, come to think of it, that's probably better. Nightmare Before Christmas probably still better than a Luigi's Mansion movie. Well, potentially. I'll tell you what I really think for like Mario movie spin-offs that'll be like really good and exciting and will make a ton of money. Halloween isn't for kids. Halloween Town. Halloween Town. The one where it's sort of like there's a town where everyone's Halloween and these kids are from it and they return to Halloween Town and they're like, oh shit, it's Halloween Town, it's Halloween. We're having a thing. Yeah, Halloween Town, that's right. That was the 7 Life Challenge. Let's return to the lightning round for a bit. That was the second life challenge. We're going to return to the lightning round and do Pixel Gaming's level. Let's go ahead and do that, King Boo. I'll tell you what, you might need more than 5. Well, we'll do what we can within the confines of the lightning round. It is still the lightning round, you know. Regardless of going to sudden death and back, it is still the lightning round. Please understand. The movie that I think they should make. I'll tell you the movie I think they should make. They should make a WarioWare. They should make a Wario movie. I think that once they make a Wario movie, that'll become the thing. It'll be like the Minions in Despicable Me, you know? It'll be like, oh shit! You like the one where the main character is like a weird slob with like bad habits and just a repulsive personality. This one you love. And he has a lot of wacky friends who are just wacky little fucks, you know? And he's just out there trying to take advantage of them. And they're making a video game. WarioWare would be an amazing movie. The only problem is they haven't really cast Wario yet. So they have to do that. But hey, maybe that's not so much a problem as it is a, you know, a potential thing, you know? An opportunity. They could cast someone really good. In chat, give me who Wario would be. I gave you a couple of choices. Give me Wario. Gary Oldman as Dr. Krygor. What about Through the Door? What? There was a block falling on me. I didn't know that. I feel like I didn't know that Gary Oldman was still alive. Is he still doing stuff? Oh yeah, Danny DeVito. That's just an obvious one, actually, now that you mention it. Or he can be Waluigi. Okay, this is obviously not it. Yeah. I feel like, was Wario the one people were thinking for Danny DeVito? I feel like there might have been another one people were thinking about. For old Danny. I wonder if you have to, like, poke the body in and get that star. Do whatever it is you need to do. This is the last life, so we have one chance here. We can either hit the question mark block, or we can hit the brick. Which one should we hit, folks? I want to hear in chat. Which one do you want me hit? Question mark. Brick. I'll first come, first serve. Question mark. Brick. Mystery block. Okay. Okay, that did a thing. You know what? I'll also hit the thing and... Oh, that was a bad idea. I didn't know that both would be an option, so I fucked it up entirely. Well, goddamn. I should have listened to you, Bucket. If it was you, you would have finished it. But I trusted my gut, and my gut said, hit that block. Hit that block right now. Wrong answer. I hope that helped. Did that help? Pixel 101? I'm gonna hit dismiss, and I see no more in the queue, so let me go ahead and we'll do the Super World, the last Super World challenge that will be. I'm gonna close the queue, which, by the way, I can now do with one button press. Isn't that nice? Isn't that lovely? Oh, I tell ya, I don't know if you've seen Turbucket, but check it out. I have a Stream Deck now. I can. Let me show you what it looks like on this little panel that I have. It looks like this, where I have a bunch of buttons for all the Mario Maker things that I need to do, and you know, including ones I don't need to do that often. Like if the bonus heads get all fucked up, I need to hit reset and reset them, or if I need to like advance them one by one for some reason, I can do that as well using the one with the little arrow next to it. This is just so handy. It's just so handy to have so many different, like, I've set up a bunch already, and I feel like I'm just scratching the surface of like what's possible and what will be good. You know, I can adjust sound. I can change games with one press of a button. Oh, it's sweet. It's sweet. Get that down now. Where's the code? Let me scroll up and find the code that you gave me earlier. Let me... There we go. Let me find that code again. Scrolling up, scrolling up. Where was that? Oh yeah, Super Son Dryer World. DRC JGT 5WF, and this one was sourced, found by Turbucket. Not one that Turbucket made, but one that Turbucket has found for us. Let's go ahead and play it. We got 7 lives to get as far as we can, and also 20 minutes. I'm gonna set the timer for 20 minutes, starting now. And if the timer runs out, he is a doctor in game, yeah. He's a doctor. Oh, I didn't know you said he was a doctor. Something like Wario struggling to keep his business together. I think you have to start with Wario founding his business. I think you have to start with Wario, like, getting into the WarioWare business, like in the first game. Sequels will be like, oh no, a lawsuit! Oh no, a lawsuit! Oh no! I'm being sued! For, what exactly would he get sued for? What's a funny thing to get sued for Wario? Okay, this is some stuff. Go through the pipe. Oh, there's the ending. Okay, well, I didn't have a key anyway. Underpaying his workers? That is canon. That is canon. Would that be funny, though? Would kids laugh when they say, like, oh, he's been committing wage theft? Oh, no. And, you know, as adults, we'd go like, oh, yeah, that's bad. We don't like that. So kids would go like, what's wage theft? That's when you steal someone's wage by underpaying them. Not paying them what they're due. I feel like Wario... You know what, actually? I feel like Wario... Hey, Goofy. I feel like Wario has to be a, I say have to be, maybe that's a strong word. I feel like Wario is going to cheat on his taxes. I feel like for movie 2, that's the setup. Wario has not paid any of his taxes. Do you think there's taxes in the Mushroom Kingdom? Is he in the Mushroom Kingdom? I don't know. I'll leave that for the things. Goofy, we're currently, the queue is currently closed. I'm doing a 7 life challenge to end the stream. You know what? Tell you what, Goofy. We'll do one more after the... You know what? I'll leave it open. You know what? We'll leave it open. This might take a bit anyway, so we'll do as many levels are submitted during this, thing. Who would be cast as Ashley? Aubrey Plaza? I like that one. I like Aubrey Plaza a lot. I could see her as the witch. That'd be a fun role for her too, I feel like. That's a great pull. I like that a lot. Who's Spitz and the other one? For the ninjas, I feel like they're gonna go with some you know, dribble. Yeah. God damn, I'm already dying a bit. This last 7 life challenge. And by the way, again, this is the last 7 life challenge there will ever be. This is the end of the format. This and the 2 others that preceded it. The 2 other 7 life challenges. It'd be a shame if we didn't actually, like, time out here. And, like, get to the 20-minute mark. Yeah. I feel like for the ninjas, they'll get, like, someone who is, like... Whoops. They'll get, like, a genuine Asian American, right? That'll be the thing, right? Right? I'd like to think that they would. For those 2 characters. There'll be, like, an actual Japanese voice actress or something that plays those parts. I wonder if we need the coins. I'm a little confused here. Maybe go back to the pipe. Vin Diesel as Dribble. Tyrese as Spitz. That's great. I'm not sure I can picture Tyrese. Is he in Fast and the Furious 2? Who is he in Fast and the Furious if I should know him from there? Or is he from something else? I can't picture him in my head. That's like Tyrese Throne, right? Said something like that. I like the idea of Vin Diesel. Roman, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like the idea of Roman being being the little cat guy. That's perfect for Roman. It's a little bit demeaning, you know. It's a little bit demeaning in a way that Roman is a little bit demeaned in the Fast and the Furious movies. God. Let's explore that thread for a bit. Who in Fast and the Furious should be in a Mario movie? Okay, let's think. There's Jason Statham. Who should Jason Statham be in Mario? Can Jason Statham be Waluigi? Would that be weird? God, I'm picturing Jason Statham Waluigi now. He's kind of tall like Waluigi. Who else could he be? That would be amazing. Jason Statham Waluigi. God damn. Oh, we're racing. It's Koopa the Quick. Is this like Super Mario 64? Is this whole Super World a remake of Super Mario 64 levels? I'm just picking up on this like 2 levels in, I guess. You know what? Now that I look at this, a lot of it is very similar. It looks like losing the... Wait, what? I'm confused. Michelle Rodriguez as Daisy? That's pretty good. I'm a little confused here because it looks like... Okay, it's a race, but I have to, like... We have to wait for him to get to the top before finishing. And also not kill him. Does he respawn? Honest question here. That's a great casting as well, Michelle Rodriguez. Yeah, I could see that. She's like, who is she? She's like Letty, isn't she? Maybe? She's like, Dom's lady, right? The one that was like... I'm actually, you know, it's been a bit since I've seen, like, most of those movies. I'm having a hard time remembering, like, which lady had which name. You'll excuse me. Okay, yeah, she's Letty. She's the one with sort of the gruff voice, right? I really like her voice. Her voice is great. I can see her as a Daisy. Nice little contrast to Peach. What else we got? What else we got? There's the tech guys. Bow Wow. Ludacris. Who would Ludacris be? Yes. Bow Wow was in Fast and Tokyo Drift. Specifically. Who should Ludacris be? Who's like the hacker character in Mario? Could be Donkey Kong as well. Could be Donkey Kong. You know what? This might be out of left field. This might not be a great fit, actually. But I am randomly thinking, here's what my random gut reaction is. Link? I don't know, is that maybe is just random. That maybe doesn't work. Link has so few lines, like, anyone could play him. And you could just have... You don't really actually even need to do a voice to do Link. Honestly. No, let's come up with something better. Let's come up with something better. Picturing like, he's very calm. He doesn't like, you know... He's cool, but not too cool. He's mostly cool. Maybe like a Thwomp or a Chain Chomp or something. No, Chain Chomp is... Chain Chomp would be more like Roman. Roman would be a Chain Chomp. I'm not sure who Ludacris would be. Who is, of course, the hacker character in the Fast and Furious movies. What do you think? Chain Chomps have no chill. That's right. We need someone who's like chill. That's who we need. I think I missed a coin earlier on. I'm gonna fall down. Oh, hey, there it is. How the fuck do you get around that Thwompy guy? Who's a character with chill? Oh, really? Here's my answer. King Bomb. Kill King Bomb. He can play King Bomb. I feel like King Bomb has some chill. I feel like King Bomb has some fucking chill. Just a really fucking chill as hell King Bomb. The racing penguin from Mario 64, that works too. Hey, you know, sure. Yeah, I like that. Who else we got? Who else we got? What about the other hacker? The other hacker, the one from Game of Thrones. The one that played the slave girl in Game of Thrones. You know, I forget her name. It's been too long since I watched... I say it's been too long. That show got bad. What would she play? You know, a problem is there's not as much lady characters in you know, in Mario. Would be a good one for her. Let me think. Dixie Kong. She can be Dixie Kong. That's fine. I think I could see that. Is that right? Is that good? I'm not sure. Candy Kong? Maybe we want like a younger actress for Dixie Kong. Nathaniel Emmanuel? Sure, Dixie Kong. There's one other big action guy we need. We got Vin Diesel, right? Who's the other one again in those movies? There's Vin Diesel and The Rock. Who's The Rock? Who's The Rock playing in Mario? I think it's gotta be a big boss character. Or Brash Bear from Donkey Kong Country. It could be Brash Bear instead. There's a red coin we're missing and I don't know where it is. We've been down this slope like 3 times already. Oh, you know what? We need to race it. That's the thing. We just need to get down there in time for the blocks to be coins. King Boo, maybe? I could see King Boo. Like maybe more of a very posturing King Boo. A charging Chuck. Ooh, that's pretty good. I like a charging Chuck a lot. That's great. Like the biggest charging Chuck you've ever seen. Like a giant charging Chuck. Like a Bowser-sized charging Chuck. Who plays Cappy? I know we're going from the... Okay, are there any other characters I'm not thinking of in Fast and Furious that we need to talk about? We did Roman. Who was Roman again? Remind me, who was Roman again? Roman was, Oh, Roman was, Spitz. That's right, Spitz. That's right, from Wario. That's a pretty good fit. I'm satisfied with that. I feel like there's at least one major crew member we're not thinking of right now. Oh, Han! Han! What about Han? Who's Han playing? The guy what plays Han. Who's a Mario character that's always snacking on stuff, I guess? Maybe that's a silly way to go about it. I feel like Han is a Kong. I feel like Han should be a Kong. Yoshi? I still like... Yoshi isn't a bad pick for Han. I feel like Han's a Kong. A really chill Kong. Really chill Kong. So not like Swanky Kong. Swanky Kong has no chill. Chunky? I feel like Chunky has to be more low-pitched, you know? Chunky, you know? I could see The Rock as Chunky, actually. Or, like, if there's any other big, strong action guys who we haven't, like, cast yet, you know, they get to be The Rock. I think that would be fitting, or if they get to be Chunky Kong. We already have a Cranky Kong. We already have Diddy Kong. They could recast Diddy Kong, I guess, technically. You know, they just got the guy who I think they got like a guy who just plays who is just like a he just does voices, you know, he's just a regular voice actor for him because I think it's just a minor role. He had like one line in the movie. Probably would be better if they didn't. Just for like consistency's sake or whatever. What other Kongs are there? Funky? Can Han be Funky? Han can be Funky Kong. Okay, shit. Was Funky Kong in the movie? I don't think Funky Kong was cast. That works. Funky Kong would also work for like one of the tough guys. You know, like Vin Diesel would also be a good Funky Kong answer. Don't think he was there. Yeah, I don't think so either. I need to do a switch somewhere. Hey, look at that. I somehow stole it. I think you're supposed to use the guy. You know, the bomb. Kill it. Oh, you can go through the pipe. Also. I'm looking forward to that next Mario movie or whatever they're gonna make. Like I said, a Wario movie I think would be best. I do think, the one thing I'll say, is that I don't think they should limit themselves to just Mario. You know, or just Mario property stuff. They should absolutely at some point do a Zelda movie. You know, I don't know what the vibe of a Zelda movie is gonna be though. You know, I don't think they can just do exactly what they did for the Mario movie and just have that. You know, that's not gonna be right. And if they ever want to do other franchises, you know, I think that Illumination isn't necessarily gonna be the answer for all those movies. You know, like if they ever do a Metroid movie, for instance, man, that's just Alien. And that, you know, that's just basically gonna be Alien, and they can just make Alien, right? The DKC cartoon sucks, but if they got Benedict Campbell, the voice of K. Rool from the show, to reprise the role, you'd be into it. Oh, I think they're gonna get someone different. Who do I want for K. Rool? I want K. Rool to go like full chew the scenery, deep voice. I want a deep, gruff voice. Like, you know who I want? I want the guy, he's a famous actor, and he played the villain in Brutal Legend. I want that guy. What the fuck's his name? Famous guy, what's his name? You know, he has really deep voice. He was the bad guy. Name's on the tip of my tongue. Let me see. Villain. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Brutal Legend. Tip of my fucking tongue here. Diviculous. Tim Curry! I want Tim Curry. I want Tim Curry as K. Rool. That's who I want to be K. Rool. I want him to just be like full-throated growl. All that. The timer is up, so we will be going into do or die for this last level. Which means that either we finish this in one go, or that's it. Finish this level in one go, or that's it. I guess I could have just had that level we just finished be the last, but I'd rather see it. It's Tim Curry's retired? Oh, okay, shit. Well, I guess, yeah, I haven't seen him in a while, so that makes sense. Who would be a good other... Someone like him, I'll say, okay? Someone like him, then. Better, you know, better to retire than what happened to, like, what's-his-face, you know? God, I'm sorry, I'm bad with names tonight. The guy from Looper, who was really abused for a while, you know, he clearly had Alzheimer's or something, and they kept putting him in movies, despite him having to have his lines, like, fed to him. Bruce, it's not Campbell. Bruce Willis, that's it. Again, tip of my tongue there. You don't want that to happen to your, you know, to your celebrity. That just ain't right. Oh, I'm getting I'm bringing... Okay, this is an escort mission. I'm bringing the P-switch to the family, right? I have to deliver the P-switch and do a thing with it. This is that level in Mario 64. Okay, I guess that's one thing. We still have to get a bunch of other red coins, though. Oh, this is the way we came. And again, I'll say, I reopened the queue after getting the gold met. We can still do any more levels if anyone wants to submit any. You know, basically the queue will close for real, for good, after we're done with this level. Okay? So take that as, you know, as advanced warning. You know, that's happening. There's a thing over there. How do we get over there? Oh, perfect. We just walk over here. There. This was a good pick for the last Super World 7 Life Challenge that we're doing here. Being a this is suspicious. Those arrows kind of make it look like there's something down here. Either there's something down here or we're jumping to our death. No, we're jumping to our death! Those arrows were supposed to say go up from the other side. Unfortunately, when we're in do or die, that counts for all of our doodads, all of our lives. This was a great Super World for us. Great choice, Trebuckets. I'm happy to have done it. Okay, now. Back to sudden death for one more level here. Or back to the lightning round for one more level here. Let me get these do or die down. Alright, full next. Up next is Koofy, who appeared in the middle of the thing and had one level for us. And I'm gonna close the queue as well, now that we're putting in Koofy's level. Koofy, if you could, go ahead and confirm. If you're not here, we'll do it in sudden death. This is one of the longest, there you are. This is one of the longest viewer level streams in a while. 4.5 hours. But, you know, I kind of have nothing else to do tonight. You know, no other stream to watch. So, you know, after this, I'll probably watch an anime. I'll play some Zelda. And maybe I'll go get some Whataburger or something. Yeah, Whataburger's open 24/7, so they're the only choice now if I want to go get a burger or something. Or I could eat something else. I don't, you know, I have some leftovers in the fridge. Play anything you like. Zappa boss fights. Easy. How about Zappa boss fights? This doesn't look as easy as perhaps advertised. Let's do Zappa boss fight. It says it's easy. Oh, you were gonna suggest newest? You had some Massaman curry for dinner with a Zelda-themed beer from a local brewery. Cool. That's nice, Trebuckets. What? Oh, I gotta jump. I see how this level works. You have to jump good once. Actually, maybe we could just, like, jump over his head. I don't know about that. We need to get enough speed to jump over him. And the conveyor is gonna make that hard. Let me try... You know what? This time I'll just try, like, jumping over the beam. What? He flies? Also, this isn't the way. You need to go over here. Dude! Not cool. Shoot me already. Okay. We need to get over on this side. and get our ass blasted. He shoots and then fires. Cool, okay. How do you get him to do that? Is that just because he's big? Is that something that a big guy does that a small guy does not? Crap. Okay, shit. We've lost all our lives. Damn it. Is that the first time we've actually, like, lost one this whole stream? Oh, it's the nighttime thing. Okay. It's the nighttime modification of that enemy. Shit, I don't think I've ever used those enemies at night. Probably I should. That's an interesting pattern to have to deal with. I say as I think about it, I don't think there's a single another night level in my super world, so go figure, right? Thank you for the level, Goofy. That was fun. That's interesting. 5 tries was just shy of enough. I feel like I could have done that if that second to last try had gone a little bit better. I'm gonna hit dismiss. I'm going to minimize the thing, and I'm gonna like take down the tries left. Folks, that's gonna be it. Let me pull up the docket and show off what's next. Here's the streaming schedule. This Monday, I'll be starting Hat in Time around 8 p.m. Central. That'll be fun. I'm starting a replay of that. I don't know how long that game is, but it's not like super long. I feel like that'll be just a couple of streams worth. I'm gonna be starting with the PC version, but if that doesn't work, I'll have to buy like a better version, you know? I say, obviously, my computer is good enough to run it, but the question is, can I run it and stream at the same time? And have the Pikmin thing up at the same time? You know? Can I do all those 3 things at once, or should I switch to a console version where I don't have to worry about that? I don't have a plan yet for next Thursday either. I will find out what that is, like maybe next week sometime. And I'll say that if I don't have any ideas, I reserve the right to make that like more Hat in Time or something. That could be it. And of course, Fridays around 6 p.m. Viewer levels. Expect next week's to be more normal length, rather than like 4.5, nearly 5 hours. Aiming for more like 2 to 3 to 4 hours. Maybe 2 to 4 hours on these streams. Honestly, that's also my goal for the Hat in Time stream. Aiming for around like 3 to 4 hours. Want to do fewer streams where I just stream all night and just, you know, go for 6 or 8 or 10 hours. That's something I want to pull back on. Let me go ahead and do the raid, and I'll send y'all somewhere. Let's see who's online. Glower is doing Mario 64. That's very appropriate given that we just did a Mario 64 themed Super World. Let's send you over there. Glower is a Paper Mario speedrunner who's very cool. Thank y'all for the levels. Thank y'all for hanging out, for doing that whole silly 7 life challenge, community challenge thing, meeting all the channel points needed for that, raising all the channel points needed for that. That was good work on y'all's behalf. Good work indeed. And those were the last 7 life challenges we'll see. Folks, I'm gonna send you off to Glower. Let me first get Glower up on my phone so I can watch the raid go along. And then I'll hit the button and send you off. He's playing Super Mario 64 tonight. Again, appropriate given that the Super World we just did was Super Mario 64 themed. I'll see ya next time, which will be Monday, Hat in Time. Bye, folks.